say, but it's time for some football. And we're just minutes away from the opening kickoff. Let's take you now to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth. We're getting set for the kickoff.
Well, the weather will be perfect for today's game. Tom Hammond here. Beside me, as always, Chris Collinsworth. We're underway. He'll return it from the 4-yard line. Dropped at the 37. And now their offense will take the field for the first time in the game. Dallas is going with the offset eye backfield. Barber takes the give. Brought down around the 41-yard line. A gain of 3 yards.
Not very often in a game does a defender get a clean shot like that on a running back. Typically, the running back didn't see it coming to take that kind of a shot.
He's dropped at the 44-yard line. Barber gains around 3 yards on the run. The Cowboys line up with 2 tight ends. They hand it off. Huge hit. The third down run ends up being a decent gain.
And we've seen so many rule changes over the years to help the passing game, but not many to help the running game. So that's a little old school football right there.
Again with the carry. He's tackled at the 47-yard line. 4, maybe 5 yards on the run. They line up at the 47. Romo comes up to the line. 3 wide receivers split out wide. Barber takes the handoff. He gets out to about the 45-yard line. They get 2 yards.
And Tom, that was because the defense filled up all the gaps. The back was looking for somewhere to run, but by bringing the run blitz, they took away all the holes and stopped them for a minimal gain.
He gets another carry. They tackle him for a loss. That's what you call a great individual effort.
There are just some guys in this league that you have to run away from, but the danger in that is you run away from him and he uses his speed to catch you from behind.
Gets the punt away. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 24-yard line. 2 tight end formation this time. Here's the give. It's a loose ball. It goes out of bounds, and that was a little bit of luck on that carry.
I wish a few more of my fumbles would have bounced out of bounds. What a lucky break that was.
They'll start at the 36-yard line. 1st and 10. They're in the shotgun with 3 wide receivers.
Here we go. Let's go. 5-5. 5-5. Keep coming. Screen, dog. Screen. Screen.
They'll throw on 1st down. Throws it out. Brought down at the 44-yard line. Strong, accurate throw leads to a pretty good gain.
Yeah, they didn't pick up the 1st down that time, but you drop back, you make a good throw like that. Now you're in position to try and pick up this 1st down.
Ground moves in motion. He drops back. He wasn't set when he threw. Hamlin has the interception. Tackled at the 44-yard line. Nice pick with the safety.
You could see the quarterback that time trying to look the safety off, but this safety is simply too smart. He was having none of it and jumped in front to make the interception.
He makes a great open field tackle. They tossed it to the running back, and he took it about 8 yards. Only one man back. Barber gets the call. And he makes it out to about the 44-yard line. Good run to convert for the first down.
The counter step that time by the running back froze that inside linebacker just enough. It really didn't fool the defense on that one, but they were just a fraction slow getting there and able to pick up the first down.
He drops back to pass. Short pass to his left. He's dropped at the 36-yard line. And simply a great throw there.
Yeah, that really was a nice touch that time. Perfect sort of combination of velocity and touch. A very catchable ball thrown by this quarterback so that you don't have to overly focus on what you're doing and you can get your eyes back down the field, try and get a good run after the catch.
They get the turnover. Good job on defense to be right there for the recovery.
Well, you get yourself in the right place for a recovery by hustling, and that time this defense was really flying to the ball.
Fakes to the back. He throws left. And the fullback is wide open out there. Not much of a gain at all on that completion. What happened on that one?
Well, I think the offense really just trying to make a safe throw rather than taking a big chance and throwing it down the field. You get the ball in the hands of your receiver and let him try and make a play. That time, nothing there.
Nice play fake. Guns it right. Is there for the catch. He's tackled around the 42-yard line. Nice little pitch and catch with the wideout.
Patience for a wide receiver is just so key. He's able to manipulate that defense, set them up one play, come back with the exact same look, and break off of it the next. Beautifully run.
Gives to the back. He's hammered in the backfield. He was caught with nowhere to go.
This is a pretty good running back, and if you can hem him up like that, pretty impressive.
Philadelphia comes to the line with 3 wide. He drops back. Crosses the line. He's brought down at the 40. Good work there to get a few yards on the scramble.
Boy, in that kind of situation, you just think that if they're going to pick up the first down on you, they're going to have to do it throwing the football. But that time, the quarterback got out in the open field and got it done.
The pass is away. He's dropped at the 22-yard line. That was a good-looking throw.
Yeah, great throw, but maybe even a better read. He understood by watching what the defense did after the snap of the football exactly where to go with that ball.
They go with the run. He's finally pushed out of bounds. It's going to be first and goal. An amazing run.
Well, if you want to know why all those coaches take stopwatches to the NFL Combine, you just saw it. You get a guy with that sort of athleticism, that sort of speed out there in the open field. Boy, is it fun to watch.
First down, goal to go. Ball on the 6. They line up in the red zone for the first time today. Philadelphia uses motion. He fakes it to the end zone. Smith was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt. 6 more yards for the score. Dallas lines up with 5 defensive backs. McNabb will look to throw. Looking for an open man. Makes the catch. And he just got hammered. Good read of the defense on that pass play.
Yeah, and throws like that really settle a quarterback down. It's all about getting into the flow of a game, and you can see he's getting comfortable now.
Play fake. They'll score. Touchdown.
More and more, this team relies on Donovan McNabb to make plays. They put him back there, in position to read the defense. He has the ability to run the football, but you better not relax against him. Even if he's looking all the way to the right, that backside receiver is still alive. That time they burn him for a touchdown.
It's good. Philadelphia up 7 points. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it. He'll take it from the 2. He's hammered at the 34. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. On play action, comes down with it. And they get him at the 48-yard line. And a great pass by the quarterback to convert for the first.
And what we're seeing out of this quarterback is a variety of throws. Yes, he has the ability to zip it in there when he needs to, but we've also seen some touch throws, a very complete repertoire.
Romo drops back, looks down the field. Defense closing in. Dawkins has the pick. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. And the safety made a really nice play on the ball to grab that interception.
You know, this safety is known for his big hits, but that time it was his soft hands that made the difference.
First and 10, ball on the 47. Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the eye. Drops back, gets it off, and it's completed. He's tackled at about the 41. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
McNabb gives it up the middle. He is hit hard on the play. Westbrook picks up 2 yards with the carry. McNabb is under center. Offense lines up in an eye. Setting up play action. Pass is complete. He's pushed out at the 35. Pick up a 5 on the play.
He'll take plays like that all day long.
McNabb comes up to the line. 3 wide receivers split out wide. He'll get it again. Brought down at the 33-yard line. And that will bring up a 4th down.
Well, that's just a big run stop right there. You have a very proud defensive line that was just going to take control of that situation.
He gets it away. Down in the end zone for a touchback. The quarterback and his receiver were clearly not on the same page last time, and it led to an interception. Romo looking to throw on first down. Second down coming up after the incomplete pass. From their own 20-yard line. The Cowboys line up with 3 receivers, the quarterback in the shotgun. He didn't get back to the line. No one picked up the linebacker, and it cost them.
And when your defensive line can handle their guys up front and not allow the offensive linemen to get down on the linebackers, it really gives those linebackers a chance to look great.
Romo back to throw. Makes the short throw. He's dropped at the 26-yard line. Still not quite enough, however. They'll still be facing 4th down. McBriar is waiting for the snap. punts it, and he got a good one here. Jackson fields it at the 29. He's brought down at the 45. It looked for a moment that he might take that one all the way back.
Boy, that was a close one for the coverage team. They were able to wrap him up before he broke it open, but he is on the brink. This coverage team's going to have to start playing with a little more intensity, a little more heart, or they're going to give up a big one.
They'll throw on first down. Looks for a man open. Knocked loose. Smith was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete. They'll face second down and 10. Ball on the 45. McNabb steps to the line of scrimmage. Only one in the backfield this time. Little handoff. Westbrook drops it. I think the defense has it, and they do. And the defense comes up with a big play there.
Well, the number one rule for a halfback is you have to be able to hold on to the football. All the statistics show you turn it over, and you're going to lose.
The offense will start at the 43-yard line. Dallas lines up in the offset eye this time. Hands it off. Gains his way to the 33-yard line. Gain of 10. First down now and 10 to go. Ball on the 33. Sets up the play action. Pass completed. Fumble out of bounds. And that was a little bit of luck on that bounce.
And they talk about you have to have a few things bounce your way if you're going to win football games. If that thing bounces any other direction other than out of bounds, this offense is in big trouble.
They're going to pitch it. Tackled at the 23-yard line. Barber comes away with around 5 yards on the toss out wide. It's third down now, just about the length of the football away from the first down marker. Again with the carry. And they get him at the 18-yard line. Barber gets a nice gain of about 5 yards, and that'll be good for a first down. They line up at the 18. Ace backfield this time. Witten, the man in motion. Drops back on first down. He's running out of time. It's completed. They bring him down, and it's first and goal. The quarterback did a good job of recognizing the coverage and finding the open man.
There's really no better feeling as an offense, especially for the quarterback position, than to take advantage when the defense is trying to blitz you. They're trying to make you nervous, and you just made them pay.
Romo back to pass. The defense has him surrounded. He steps out at the 7. He just couldn't make anything happen after bringing that one in.
And that play is really all about the closing speed on defense. They'll let you have the completion, but then they close quickly and make the play.
On play action, throws it short. Knocked away. The defender was able to get a hand on it.
And really, that came as a result of pretty physical play at the line of scrimmage. They're banging these guys around and not letting them get into their routes.
Looks to pass. He needs to get rid of it. And he's knocked out around the 1-yard line. And that one was completed for a solid gain.
Solid gain, yes, but no first down on that play. So now it's going to bring up a decision on the part of the offense. Defensively, I think they executed that one exactly the way they wanted to.
Set down. The kick is up. Not much doubt as he puts that one right through the uprights. The kick. Jackson from the 1. He breaks the tackle. Drilled at the 26-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. He fakes it. Dumps it out left. There for the catch.
McNabb.
That's a 2-yard gain.
Gain of 2.
2nd and 8. Ball on their own 28. Westbrook, the lone back.
Come on, D, let's get off the field now. Here we go.
McNabb sends a guy in motion to the right.
Let's get some energy, let's go. Come on, come on.
Fakes to the back. Gets the pass out. James intercepts it. And they get him at the 36-yard line. And that was the 2nd time he's been picked off this half.
Well, we're going to find out how mentally tough this quarterback is, because when you get off to a shaky start like that, sometimes it's tough to piece everything back together again.
They line up at the 36. The Cowboys come out with the offset eye. He's brought down at the 33-yard line. They pick up 2 yards.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker, a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
And they use motion. Looking to throw. With the pass. Interception. He got decleated. And that one will now make 2 interceptions he's thrown in this first half.
Not exactly the way he was hoping to start this football game, but plenty of time still remains. He can get himself right back on track.
Here we go.
Drops back to pass. Huge pressure by the defense. Almost picked. Curtis was the intended receiver, and he can't bring it in.
You must arrive to the lot no later than 3
They'll face
hours
2nd down and 10. Ball on the 24. Philadelphia goes with the ace set here.
Refunds will be issued. Please note that at that point, you will be responsible for finding alternative parking.
What a hit. I don't think he even saw that guy. 1 yard on the play.
Ouch. You take too many shots like that as a running back, you start peeking around a little bit before you get that football.
Back to throw. Defense is getting pressure. He's pushed out at about the 35-yard line. On 3rd and long, they get the first down, but it was close.
That's just great offense right there. Anytime you have a 3rd and long situation and you can execute a play like that for a first down, I don't care how close it is still 1st and 10.
Hit hard at the 39-yard line. 3 yards there on the delayed handoff. It's 2nd down and 7 to go. Ball on their own 39. McNabb steps to the line of scrimmage. Offense lines up in an I. McNabb on play action. Completed. And they get him at the 47-yard line. Great pickup for the first on that one.
And really what makes NFL football so special is the ability of these quarterbacks to throw it and these great receivers to catch it. That's just fun to watch.
Back to pass. He throws it, and he caught it. He's tackled at the 35. He put something extra on that throw, and it'll keep the chains moving.
And that's really what it takes sometimes, because defenders are so quick out there. If you don't put a little extra pop on it, they can get there.
They line up at the 35. The Eagles line up with 3 wide.
Here we go. What did he? What did he?
McNabb hands it off. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Nice stop on that play.
Yeah, great defense at the point of attack, but also very impressive the pursuit to the ball. They were all coming there.
Here we go. 5v5. 5v5. Come on, D. Turbo.
Feeds it to the back. And he's drilled at the 39-yard line. The defense just ate up that play.
Well, those defenders get paid too, and every once in a while they win the battle. Clearly that time they were all over this offensive line.
What did he? Watch your ball. Set.
Back to throw. Passes. And he catches another. Brought down at the 26-yard line. The third down pass got them good yardage, but not quite enough to convert.
Yeah, that was a tough third down situation. They got the good completion, a good gain on the play, but probably asking too much out of the receiver to try and break that many tackles to pick up that first down.
The set down. The kick is up. It's got the distance. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. And here's the kick. He's hammered at the 31. The quarterback leads his offense back onto the field after turning it over on their last drive. The Cowboys come out in a single back formation. Give to the tailback. He makes a move, and he's brought down. Barber picks up about 4 yards on the play. It's 2nd and 6 coming up. Ball on the 35. Single set backfield. Tackled around the 44-yard line. After that run, they might want to give him the ball a few more times.
I agree. It looks like the defense is a little tired out there. Whatever the case, they're having a tough time now stopping the run.
Dallas uses motion. Barber gets another carry. And they get him at the 44-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. So they'll face a 2nd and 10. Ball on the 44-yard line. Feeds it to the back. Brought down at the 45. They pick up 2 yards.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Drops back. He needs to get the pass off. On the run, he throws it. He's brought down at the 44-yard line.
No question, one of the truly elite receivers in the game. Terrell Owens has skill sets that just set him apart. His size, his speed, and I think his speed is actually a little underrated because he's a bigger guy. He may not get started as quickly, but when you see him accelerate, when he goes from almost full speed to full speed, he goes by people.
A couple of yards there.
Nice call there by the defensive coordinator, coming with the outside linebacker blitz, which really put some pressure on this group up front.
Barber, the ball carrier, and he will lose yardage on the play. Tried the run, but there was nothing available.
And if you can make a running back hesitate just a little, that time you could see there really was no hole, and the running back was just fishing for a place to go.
He drops back to pass. Throws while on the run. To the 20, to the 10. Gets in for the touchdown. They hooked up for a long touchdown.
I don't care what you say. Anytime you see a big pass play like that, I think it's as pretty as anything that happens in sports anywhere.
And this for the tie. Up and good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. He kicks it. Big hit there to bring him down. The offense takes the field, hoping to come away with more than just a field goal on this drive. The Eagles go with the I formation. Drops back on first down. Passes it out. No, he drops it. And the hit knocked the ball out on that play.
That's just a big hit right there. No way the receiver could hold on to that one.
They line up at the 23. Philadelphia lines up with trips bunched on the right side.
What did he eat? What did he eat?
Back to throw. Looks for a man open. Makes the reception. Tackled at the 26-yard line. About 3 yards on the play. That'll bring up third down. The Cowboys line up with 6 defensive backs. Philadelphia sends a man in motion to the right. McNabb drops to throw. Throws on the run. Makes the grab. Brought down at the 37.
I think Donovan McNabb can just make you look so bad at times. You know, he has the quick release. He gets the thing out of there. Sometimes he takes off with a run and makes you play sort of a spy situation against him. But then you forget how big an arm he really has. He has the ability to get the ball as far downfield as anybody in this league.
Short pattern results in a completion for the offense.
You know, that's not one of those plays that's a huge gain by any means, but that's really the essence of an offensive game plan. You have to start hitting some of those short intermediate routes, and that begins to open everything else up.
He's brought down at the 45 and a pickup of about 2, and so it'll be third down. So another third down upcoming for the offense. The backfield is in the offset I formation. They motion to the right.
What did he eat? I want the screen. Gotcha. Let's go.
Play fake. He throws right. Brings this one in. And they get him around the 43-yard line. A decent gain on the pass.
And that's good quarterback play. He recognized the blitz. He understood what was happening with the coverage behind it and found the open man.
5.
They'll throw on first down, looking for an open man. And he makes the tall grab. And you won't see the coaching staff complaining about that.
Yeah, coaching staffs generally don't complain about too much when they have a quarterback that has the leadership qualities and the arm strength and the ability that this guy has.
They'll give it off here. Brought down at the 26-yard line. And with that run, his team will have a fresh set of downs to work with.
7 yards and a first down. The last thing in the world that defenses want to do is take people out of coverage, bring them down to help against the run, but I'm not sure they have much of a choice at this point.
On play action, he throws on the run. Can't connect on the pass. They can't complete the pass, and now the offense will be looking at second down. They might have mistimed the snap on that one.
Full start, offense.
And that one got him 5 yards.
Well, if you want to know why Pee Wee football coaches make you run a lap if you jump off sides, it's because it can really have a negative impact on your offense, just like that one.
And they use motion. Back to pass. He throws it. He's tackled at the 21. The defense didn't have a chance on that one. Great throw that time.
Yeah, really not much a defense can do when you get a guy that can throw the football like that. You know, you get yourselves in position defensively, you think you're in the right spot, you're going to make a play, and a guy makes a throw like that, and you go, hey, That's a good throw.
Back to throw. Goes through his read. Catch is made. And they get him at the 18-yard line. They complete the pass, but it won't be enough for the first.
Yeah, that's one of those balls that looks good in the stats for the quarterback because he gets a completion, but for this offense, it's going to bring up 4th down. Huge play defensively to make that stop.
And it's good. He makes that one pretty easily and puts it through for 3 points. Good distance on the kick. That was a great hit. He wasn't getting away from that one. And they take the field with one thing on their mind, another scoring drive. The Cowboys come out in the ace formation. Barber on the run. He's dropped at the 28-yard line. A yard, if any, there for the halfback. We've got 2nd and 9 here. Ball on the 28. The Cowboys come out in a single back formation. Little handoff. He took a shot at the 29-yard line. And the halfback has nowhere to go. They line up in a one-back set. Back to pass. On the run, he throws it. Tackled at midfield.
You know, a couple of things that really impress me about Tony Romo. One is his accuracy, always underrated. But the second thing is his quick release. We went back and timed his release and compared it to some of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played the game. And his release is as fast, if not faster, than any of them.
Drops back on 1st down. And he catches it. And they get him at the 44-yard line. Witten made the catch for a gain of 6. So 2nd down now. The offense needs about 4 for the first. Play fake. Gets the throw away. Brought down around the 29-yard line.
There's just something magical about Tony Romo. There really is. When you talk to him, he has that smile on his face, and he looks like, oh, shucks, and I can't believe this is happening to me. But week in and week out, he makes huge plays in the ball game, and he is a tremendous leader.
There's a play fake. And the back has some running room. Tackled at the 23. Anderson made the catch for a gain of 6. So that'll make it 2nd down. The Cowboys go with the I formation. Another run. And they get him around the 22-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. They'll line it up again on 3rd down. Romo lines up under center. Offense lines up in an I. Jones on the run. Jones can't hang on to the ball. It's picked up. And that was not a good time for a fumble.
Well, there's really never a good time for a fumble, but you can tell that he just got sloppy with that football. He broke down on his fundamentals, and he gave it up.
Watch the switch. Screen here, Quan, screen.
Back to throw. Here's the throw with the catch. He's pushed out at the 35. Nice little pickup on that pass pattern.
And I really shouldn't feel this way, but I get a little nervous every time this guy goes up to make a catch, you know, because he's had a little bit of a history of dropping some balls, but today doing a nice job hanging on and a big play there.
Gets the throw off. He's there for the catch. He's dropped in the open field, and it's the tailback with a big catch.
And tailbacks love that. Anytime they can get into the open field, think about that position. You're constantly pounding the ball inside and getting hit by those big linebackers. Now you get out in open space and you have a chance to make a play.
Sets up the play action. There for the reception. Brought down at the 37.
You know, Donovan McNabb is really becoming much more of the classic drop-back passer. Early in his career, he was a tremendous runner, wanted to get out, but now more and more you're seeing him reading the defenses, making the clever little throws, and is so difficult to defend for a defense because he can still come busting out of there on the run.
Short pass to his left. Tackled about the 25-yard line. They just couldn't get to the quarterback in time.
It's one of the dangers. You bring those extra defenders trying to get after the quarterback, and you're going to leave some man coverage on the outside. That time the quarterback able to take advantage.
Smith in motion. McNabb set to go to the air. Brings it in. And they get him around the 20-yard line. Curtis made the catch for a gain of 6. 2nd and 4. Westbrook is the deep back as they line up in the I.
Tennessee.
They're going to pitch it. Brought down around the 14-yard line. That was an impressive run for the first down.
With defenses so focused on trying to make offenses one-dimensional and take away the run, anytime you see a gain of 6 yards and a first down, that's pretty impressive.
McNabb is under center. 2 backs in the I.
Let's stop it right now. Don't lose your ball. 5.
He'll get it again. He's brought down at the 8. Westbrook gets 6 yards on the play.
Gain of 6.
Just 7 yards from a touchdown now. Philadelphia lines up in a goal line set. He's sacked. Perfect time to bring extra rushers on the blitz that time.
You know, we talk about timing on offense all the time, but when you play against this defensive coordinator, he is going to consistently throw your offense off balance because of all the blitzes he's going to throw at him. You have to anticipate blitz on every snap when you play against this guy.
Finally make the tackle, and it will be 1st and goal. Not too bad a pass there.
Not too bad at all, and sometimes those little touch throws are actually more difficult than the bullet passes. Kind of hard to come up with the timing to hit the receiver right in stride, but that was well thrown.
The defense calls an audible. He'll try the end zone, throws into coverage, and it's intercepted. They'll get in for the touchdown. What an interception for this defense.
You know, it's bad enough offensively to throw an interception, but you can't let the guy run down the field for a touchdown. You have to turn into a defensive player at that point. They did not make that transition.
Lining up for the point after. And the point after is good. Dallas is up 4. Decent kick. Jackson takes it at the 4. Still going. And he gets brought down hard. It'll be interesting to see how this quarterback reacts after throwing an interception on his last drive. The Eagles come out in the shotgun. There are 3 receivers wide.
What do you need? Blue 55.
You're good.
They'll throw on 1st down. Gets away. And it's caught. He's dropped right around the 40-yard line. He gunned that one in there for the first down, didn't he?
He really did, and when you watch a guy throw a ball that hard, they don't move their arm any faster. You see him driving off that back leg. That was a pretty pass.
He shows no hesitation and gets it in there to get the first down.
Yeah, you wouldn't hesitate either if you were standing back there in the pocket. I say the heck with it. Get it out of there fast. Let somebody else handle it for a little while.
From the 41-yard line. First down, looking to throw. And it's knocked down. Curtis was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. Second down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 41-yard line. From the gun.
What it is? What it is? 255. Let's go. Set.
He drops back to pass. Looks down the field. It's picked. And he's decleated at the 42. Well, he looked like he was in the right place at the right time.
Unless you're the quarterback, then he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Let's go. Turn the ball over. Come on now.
Fakes the run. He decides to run. Brought down at the 45. 3 yards there on the quarterback keeper. Romo comes to the line under center. He has 2 tight ends. Strong throw. He's brought down around the 38-yard line. First down now and 10 to go. He punts it. It'll go out at the 16. And as we head to halftime, the score is 17-13. And here's the kick. He's tackled at the 21. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. They line up in the jumbo set.
Here we go. Come on. 5.
On play action. He wasn't set when he threw. James picks it off. And they get him at the 30. If I was this quarterback, I might start to throw away from this defender.
You better be careful throwing it in the zone of this guy. He is on it, and he is quick. He's on his game today.
And they motion a guy to the right. Looks to pass. Gets the pass away. He's tackled at the 18-yard line. That one worked just as they drew it up.
Good pass, good catch, I agree. Sometimes there's really nothing you can do as a defense to stop a well-executed pass play.
Tackled at the 16-yard line. A 2-yard run by the halfback. Second down, 8 yards to go. Ball on the 16-yard line. 2 tight end formation this time.
Come on. Here we go. Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
Fakes the run. Short throw to the right. Knocks it away. Oh my, the quarterback is lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Yeah, you try and fit some of those into some tight holes, and every once in a while, you're going to get one pick, but that was a pretty good play by the defense.
All right, here we go. Hey, let's go. Tiger.
He's looking to throw. Defense is getting pressure. Finally make the tackle, and it will be first and goal. These days, you need a back who has good hands.
Yeah, running backs today have to be really complete players. You mentioned the fact they have to be able to catch the football and make plays on the outside, but blocking is so key as well. You have to be able to do it all if you're going to be playing halfback in the NFL.
Drops the easy pick. And it's batted away at the last minute by the defender.
Just when it looked like the quarterback might sneak that one in there, a late pass defense and a good play.
Romo will look to pass. Is there for the catch. That was a nice pitch and catch by these two.
That play is just so hard to stop down here on the goal line. All you have to do is get a little body position. Quarterback zips it in there. These two guys are tremendous at that play.
It's good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Buckhalter fields it at the 2. And I have a feeling this one's coming back.
Holding by the receiving team.
That seemed like the right call there.
Yeah, sometimes you have holding and sometimes you have tackling. That looked more like a tackle.
The offense lines up with 3 wide receivers.
Let's get off. What it is? 255.
McNabb hands it off straight ahead. The defender gets him to the ground. That's 4 yards on the play. That brings up second down. It's second down, 6 to go. Ball on their own 17. Philadelphia lines up in a double tight set.
Here we go. 5. 5. Set.
Defense closing in. He's brought down around the 19-yard line. Gain of 2. 3rd and 5 situation. Ball on the 19-yard line. Philadelphia goes with the ace set here.
5. What it is? What it is? Let's go. We got action, baby. That's right, Lucy.
Drops back to pass. Short pass. He tries to spin, and he is dropped. Nice heads-up play by the quarterback.
I agree. I like the way he stepped up and delivered that throw. He just simply is taking what the defense is giving him.
5. 255.
Another run. He's going to be tackled for a loss. A great defensive effort there.
Did you see how fast that linebacker was on that one? Not only did he recognize it, but when he did recognize it, he had the explosiveness to get there.
What it is? Set. Let's go. Hey, regular. Roll. Over tuck.
Fakes to the back. Makes the catch. He's dropped for a loss. That play lost yardage.
That play was really all about defensive pursuit. They saw the ball thrown. They got there quickly for a loss on the play.
Base. Here we go. Set. 5. 5. Come on. Set.
He drops back to pass. Moves to his right. And they got him. That was an excellent play by the defensive end.
Man, that guy has a great jump off the ball. In the league now, we are seeing some of the best athletes in all of football playing the defensive end position. And if you can't get them blocked, you're going to have to start thinking about chipping them with a back or putting a tight end over there.
It's away, and it's a booming punt. Newman fields it at the 44. What a shot! They gave up way too many yards on the return there, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, without a doubt. As part of the coverage team now, you've got to free yourself from that blocker as quickly as possible. And if you can't do that, you're going to give up some big returns.
Romo will look to pass. Strong throw to his right. Deflected and broken up. Owens wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. Second down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 43-yard line.
To an emergency medical services station. Available throughout the stadium.
Romo dropping back. Dumps it out left. Comes down with it. And they get him at the 31. And that one will go for a first.
And really top-notch quarterbacks know how to throw a football in there without leading his receiver into trouble. That was a great throw.
On the ground, left side. They tackle him for a loss. I don't think the offense expected the safety to come up on the ball like that.
Well, you know the safeties are going to attack the line of scrimmage against the run, but you just don't expect them to get there so soon that they're going to make the tackle in the backfield.
Looking to throw. Scans the field. He's wide open. Brought down at the 10. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
Dallas is going with the offset eye backfield.
Let's go. Hard count.
Sets up the play action. The pocket is collapsing. Nearly picked off. He should have had that one. Owens wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. The Cowboys with 4 receivers.
Here we go. Come on now. Gotcha.
Romo dropping back. And it's completed. He's in for the score.
A lot of people have really been surprised by the play of Tony Romo. But NFL quarterbacks who have the ability to buy a little time, to make somebody miss, to move around just a little in that pocket, can create some really big plays for their receivers down the field, and nobody does that better than Tony Romo.
Up and good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick is away. They get him at the 22-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game.
Here we go. Go. What did he? 44. Hey, watch this, man. Set. Regular. Set. Here we go.
Little handoff. He's brought down at the 28-yard line. Westbrook gains around 6 yards on the run. Philadelphia comes out with an I formation.
Here we go. 5. Green, 2 man. Right.
He's looking to throw. Under heavy pressure. Pass is complete. He's dropped at about the 31. Pretty good read on that play to find the open man.
And that's an area where he excels. He works his way through his progressions quickly and doesn't hesitate when he sees the receiver break free in coverage.
Blue 55. Nickel. Set.
He needs to get rid of it. Pass completed. Brought down at the 34. Not much on the pass play, but they got the first down.
And really, as an offense, what you want to try to do is stay on the field as long as possible. As long as your defense is on the bench, that other team's offense is on the bench as well.
Peel one finger. Let's roll. Set. Inside.
And he's hammered at the 42. About 7 yards there. That'll bring up second down. They'll need about 3 yards here on second down. They line up with 1 running back in the backfield, 3 wide.
What did he? Set. Bang right. Set.
He's looking to throw. Short throw to the left. He's tackled right around the 46-yard line. That was a decent gain there on the pass.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever. He hit that back foot, planted, threw the ball, knew exactly what he wanted to do.
5. Let's go. Watch draw. Set.
McNabb will be sacked. They got him with a blitz that time.
This is one of those defensive coordinators who's known for his exotic blitz packages. He could blitz any time, any down, any point in the game. If you're a quarterback, you usually don't sleep too well before you play against this guy.
Goes through his read. The pass rush gets there, and he's down. And that's sack number 4 in the game.
The pressure by this defense has been there all day, and offensively, they're just struggling trying to come up with a protection scheme that works.
Here we go. 5. We got Bark. 5. All our blitz.
McNabb is looking to stay perfect on this drive. Tipped pass. And the pass will fall incomplete. 4th down coming up.
And those are the kind of big third down plays you have to have on defense to get the ball back and give your team a chance on offense.
Gets the punt away. He fields it at the 17. What a hit! This offense seems to have found its stride as they take the field again after their last 2 successful drives. Romo steps to the line of scrimmage. Single backfield. Barber on the run. Hit and dropped behind the line. Looked for a seam, but he wasn't able to find anything.
And let's give credit to the defense. They had a great push there. They got in the backfield, took control of their own gaps.
Barber lines up as the single back.
Hey, let's go. All right, here we go. 180. Get on, baby, get on. Watch the run. Hey, let's make some plays now.
There's a play fake. Deep shot right side. Right through his hands. He almost had the pick. And the defender breaks up the play.
Just great position that time on the defensive side. The receiver really never had a chance on that one.
Romo lines up under center. Only one in the backfield this time.
Let's go. Turnover, team. Let's go.
Back to throw. Strong throw to his left. And he dropped it. That incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. Chris, that was a pretty nice defensive stand.
Really nice defensive stand. It just seemed that the defensive coordinator was inside the offensive play caller's mind that time.
McBriar punts it, and he kicked this one pretty well. Jackson fields it at the 24. Cuts back, and he's dropped. And that was a nice little punt return there.
Wow, I thought he was gone for a second. They did a good job getting to him, at least preventing the touchdown. Of course, they wouldn't have to chase him down like that if they'd have done a better job covering the punt.
Here we go. Left. 188. Blue 55. You got that?
McNabb will hand it off. He's hammered in the backfield. 2-yard loss.
Wow, did you see the hit on that play? That's one of those you kind of stagger back to the huddle and you talk to the quarterback and you say, how about a pass on this one?
Switch. 5. 5. Let's go, baby. Get the ball out. Get ready. Set. Here we go, baby. Set.
Drops back to pass. Rifles this one out to the left. He's brought down at midfield. They pick up solid yardage there.
And I love to watch this wide receiver work. He is so patient with his routes. He gets down low into his cuts, and he really understands what the defense is trying to do to take him away, and he is working them over.
Down.
Philadelphia motions right.
Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
They hand it off. He gets to about the 41-yard line. 10-yard gain that time, and that will bring up 2nd down. They'll come out in the eye.
5. Move up. Set.
Drops back. And the defense has a heavy rush. Oh, and he dropped it. Wilson was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete.
Membership benefits, such as priority seating on the club level.
They'll come out in the shotgun.
Priority parking lot, advanced ticket sales, and much more. Ask for more details today.
And they'll try and get the first through the air. Makes the throw out to his left. He's dropped around the 33-yard line. That pass is good for a first down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
The Eagles go with the I formation.
Here we go. 5 5. 5. Hey, watch the screen. They're going to run.
Again with the carry. And they get him at the 26-yard line. 6-yard pickup. That brings up second down. They line up at the 26.
Come on now.
Big set this time with 2 tight ends.
Come on, G. What it is? 255. Right. Right.
Looking to throw. Gets the pass away. Newman catches it. Interception. And he scores. What a play. What a great interception return by this defense.
He had that one all the way. Not only a great break on the ball, but he knew what to do with it and stuck it in the end zone. Tremendous play.
They'll look to tack on the extra point. Here's the kick. It's good. Dallas up by a bunch. The kick is away. Jackson fields it at the 2. Brought down at the 18-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. McNabb will come to the line with a 3-wide formation. Jackson takes off to the right side.
Let's get off this field now. Regular.
Here's the fullback. He lost yardage on the play. The offensive line didn't get much of a push on that play, and the runner was stuffed.
Well, that's what happens when defensively you get every gap covered. There is simply nowhere to go with the football. No chance for the running back that time.
That's hot then.
Looking to throw. Looks left. Throws. Brought down around the 26-yard line. So they pick up quite a few yards on that play.
Yeah, really a nice route that time. One of the keys to playing wide receiver is the ability to not only get into cuts, but to get out of the cuts. That time, very explosive coming out of that cut, and it made the difference.
One-handed catch. He's dropped at the 49-yard line. He's put up some nice yardage.
He sure has, but throwing for 300 yards probably isn't quite the same feat it used to be. You know, there's so many rule changes now. The offensive linemen can do a little more holding, use their hands more. Of course, you can't hit the receivers, but it's still a nice landmark.
McNabb hands it off, and he will lose yardage on the play. He tries to wriggle away, but he's stopped for a loss.
Well, Tom, the offensive line just didn't get any push there. They've got to do a better job knocking those guys off the line of scrimmage.
Here we go. 5 5. Left smash free.
He drops back to pass. The rush gets there, and he goes down. They really seem to be having a tough time stopping him so far.
Sack number 2 on the day now, and you can see his confidence growing. There comes a point in a game sometimes when you're playing against somebody that you just know you're better than that guy. And right now, the confidence is growing leaps and bounds.
He drops back, scans the field. It's completed. What an open field tackle. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a 4th down. Newman is back deep to receive. He punts it. into the end zone for a touchback. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Romo is under center. They'll line up in the I formation. He looks to throw on first down. There for the catch. And they get him at the 29-yard line. They hook up for a pretty good gain on that one. Nice pass.
Yeah, good pass and good confidence by the quarterback there. He saw the opening. He knew there was a spot that he could get that in there, but you could see he had the confidence to let this receiver make a play, and that's really what pro football is all about.
I hate to say this one is decided before it's over, but it's been very one-sided. Our score, the Cowboys 38, the Eagles 13. Bennett, the man in motion. Setting up play action. And it's incomplete. A great play by the defense to knock the ball away.
And these defenders have been close all day. You better be careful if you're the quarterback. One of those is going to turn into an interception.
Romo lines up under center. Two tight ends this time.
One of our concession stands.
Play action. The defense has him surrounded. Knocked away. And the pass was knocked away at the last minute.
Well, at the end of the game, you go back and you basically say what happened on third down, and you have a pretty good indication of how that game came out. Good play by the defense.
It's away, and it's a booming punt. Jackson takes it at the 23. Brought down around the 42-yard line. And that was a pretty nice return there, Chris.
He was just a couple of steps away from breaking that one all the way. This coverage team better start stepping up or he's going to take one in for 6.
What you doing? You said sleep. Play it. Now let's see what they got.
Pitch out. He tries to spin, but he's brought down. Tried to find something, but there wasn't anything there for him.
Yeah, not anything at all. And as a running back, you're probably going back to the huddle going, guys, a little help, please?
What did he? What did he? Tennessee.
Drops back to pass. Into traffic, and it's picked off. He's down the sideline. And that was a fantastic interception right there.
And the worst part for this quarterback is the game's not over yet. He still has a chance to do even worse. This has been a disaster from the beginning of the game today for this quarterback.
Roger.
And they're coming after him. He's dropped at the 18-yard line. Anderson picks up about 4 yards with the catch. That'll bring up second down. I formation here.
Keep coming. Here we go. Go, White. White. We go. No, stay there.
Feeds it to the back. They finally get him, and it looked like he would score, but instead they'll set it up with 1st and goal. First down now. They'll be looking for 6 points here. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Play fake. He's dropped. What happened to the protection on this one, Chris?
Well, it's becoming pretty obvious at this point that they're having trouble blocking this defensive line. Now you really don't have a choice. You have to go to more 3- and 5-step drops. Get that ball out of there quickly.
Nice.
Fakes to the back. Completed. He's tackled at the 2. And another connection that goes for good yardage.
And we really see the trust that is developing between this receiver and the quarterback. That if the quarterback has confidence that you're going to be where he thinks you're going to be, he will throw it to you more often than he'll throw it to somebody else.
He fakes it. And he caught it. Tackled at the 2. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up 4th. 4th down, and this one is a chip shot about 19 yards out. They're already up big. This could make the lead bigger. And it's good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Nice kick, plenty of distance. Jackson from the 1. Still moving. He's tackled at the 30. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game.
5. Set. Here we go, team. Come on. Hey, let's go.
McNabb dropping back. He's going to take off. And they picked up 4 yards on the scramble. From their own 34-yard line. They come out with 4 wide receivers.
What did he eat? What did he eat? Let's go. Come on, guys.
Drops back to pass. Looks right. Throws. Hits him square in the hands, but he fails to bring it in. He just got in there and knocked the ball loose.
Yeah, he'll be lucky if the ball is all he knocked loose with that hit. He may have lost a few teeth as well.
That's right, Lucy. 5. 5. Alert run, alert run, alert run.
He's looking to throw. Passes the line. And they get him at the 41-yard line. And he put up a pretty nice run there.
Yeah, that was a big-time carry there. You can tell the coaches have a lot of faith in this ball carrier to allow him a chance to run the football in that situation.
5. Come on. Don't let your man make it.
Here's a draw. Brought down at the 44-yard line. Westbrook gets around 3 on that halfback draw.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
5. Go. Set. 255. Close left. Switch. Left call. Set.
Back to throw. The pocket is collapsing. Makes the reception. He's dropped at the 21-yard line. And that play could have easily gone for 6.
And when you start to hit a couple of big pass plays, it really puts the defense in a tough spot. They no longer feel quite as brave coming up and defending those short passes.
Wake up, guys. Reload.
They go with the toss. What a brutal hit. Disappointing loss there for the offense.
Yeah, it really just throws you off rhythm to have a play that gains nothing. You know, you're going to get something, 2, 3, 4 yards, and it keeps you in that rhythm. But when a defense makes a play like that, it really throws your offense off.
Looks down the field. And he's out of bounds, incomplete. They complete the pass, but he was out of bounds when he brought it in.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe throw there where only the receiver can make a play on the ball. Just a little too wide on that one.
Drops back to pass. He needs to get the pass off. He's tackled around the 11-yard line. They complete the pass on 3rd and long, but they'll end up short of the marker.
You can see the confidence level of this defense. They know they can make open field tackles, and that's probably one of the great lost arts in the game. The ability to make the tackle in the open field and stop them short of the first down. Good play defensively there.
Passes, end zone. Williams gets the pick. That one just cost them a shot at points.
And really, this quarterback is better than that. He knew better than to throw that ball. He just made a mistake. I'm just not sure what he was thinking there.
First and 10, ball on their own 20. The Cowboys line up with an offset eye backfield. Gives to the back. Tackled at the 24-yard line. 4-yard gain by the back. Single back formation. Romo sends a guy in motion to the right. Drops back to pass. And he's dragged down for the sack. And they came with just too much pressure for the offensive line to handle.
Yeah, that was a great job getting past the offensive line and getting to the quarterback. It's one thing when you blitz is that you create one-on-one matchups up front, and that time the defensive end able to take advantage.
Come on, make a play.
Hands it off. He's brought down at the 21-yard line. Got a couple, but will still be short of the marker.
Yeah, and for a minute it looked like he might slip out of there, but the defense got there. The pursuit was all over it, and they made a nice stop.
Kicks it away, and it's a huge punt. Jackson takes it at the 32. And they get him at the 47-yard line. On his last drive, the quarterback completed a pass, but to the other team. Throwing another one could be disastrous to this offense.
Hey, what's the waggle? We got action, baby. What it is? Hey, inside. Hey, look, the stretch.
Back to throw. Looking for an open man. Makes the grab. He gets knocked out of bounds at the 39-yard line. Good job locating the gap in the coverage on that play.
You know, that's the kind of pass pattern I used to always love to run, because if the defense is even a little bit lax in their coverage, it's pretty easy to get that one in there.
255.
Fakes the run. Throws it. Brings this one in. Brought down at the 24-yard line. What happened there, Chris?
Well, they got caught in man-to-man coverage on that play, and I couldn't tell if the defender slipped a little bit or not. Maybe he just got beat on the play.
Let's stop it right now. What it is? 25. Let's go right.
Westbrook takes it up the middle. He's going to be tackled for a loss. Solid hit with the safety. He'll drop him for a loss.
Well, you know you've got an aggressive safety when he's making tackles for a loss behind the line of scrimmage. Typically, these guys are trying to not give up a big play in the passing game. Now when you see somebody in the backfield, that's impressive.
Catch is made. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. A 7-yard loss on the play.
As a quarterback, sometimes you just have to see a play breaking down and get rid of the football and try it again on the next down.
What it is? Come on, 25.
And he was just a little too eager on that one. Here's the call.
Encroachment. Defense.
The defense can't keep giving up yards on penalties like this.
Yeah, it's hard enough in the game today with the rule changes to help the offense to stop an offense anyway, but you can't give away yards.
Let's go. 25.
McNabb sends a guy in motion to the right.
Red man. Swim.
McNabb is looking to stay perfect on this drive. And he catches it. Tackled at the 22-yard line. They were able to complete the pass on the play, but they'll still end up short of the first down.
And it's really up to the receiver in that situation to try and split the defenders. He has to find a way to duck a shoulder, to roll his head, to do something to, yes, they got the tackle, but they got it while I was still moving forward and able to pick up the first down.
With the catch. And he's knocked out at the 17. They line up at the 17. Barber is the deep back as they line up in the I.
Here we go, man. Watch draw. Get off, baby, get off.
The halfback with the carry. He's tackled at the 20. A pickup of about 3. That'll bring up second down. 2nd and 7 coming up here. Ball on their own 20. Dallas comes out with an I formation.
Come on, D. All that blitz. Hey, pick 6.
Another run. And they get him at about the 21. That's a 2-yard gain.
And you can really see the defensive play calling becoming a little more aggressive now. They're blitzing on passing downs, they'll blitz on run downs, and that can really put a lot of pressure on an offensive line.
Fakes to the back. And the pass falls incomplete. Owens was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. 4th down. They'll line up to punt this one away. Philadelphia looks like they're sending everything but the kitchen sink at this punter. McBriar punts it, and he really got a leg into this one. Jackson fields it at the 30. Knocked out at the 47-yard line. What happened to the coverage there, Chris?
Oh, come on. They completely lost containment on that guy. I mean, you just can't let that happen. I'll be honest, they were really lucky they didn't give up a touchdown on that one.
I'm trying to get you over there, baby.
McNabb hands off. Brought down around the 26-yard line. What a beautiful run. And now you can see why he was a top-notch sprinter in college.
Yeah, but not all sprinters turn into football players. This guy is a guy with sprinter speed, but is a football player. He has the kind of toughness that you love to see and that speed that just dazzles.
Stiff arms, and he's brought down. The back gets 3 on the carry. Offset I formation in the backfield. Back to pass. He needs to make a decision. Scrambles for yardage. And they get him right around the 16-yard line. This play call really didn't make much sense.
No, at this point in the game, when you know that not only is the defense working against you, but so is the clock, a run call here probably is not a very good idea.
Let's roll. Go. Loosen.
Third and short, and they'll throw for it. Scans the field. It's picked off. They collide in the air. And just a great interception by the cornerback.
Might want to start thinking about trying to pick on that guy. We've seen all day he has simply been quicker to the spot than the wide receivers coming into his area.
Drops back to pass. Gets the pass off. Tackled around the 34-yard line. Another fine pass and catch on that play.
I know we all talk about 40-yard dash times in the NFL, but as a receiver, if you are a great route runner and you understand what the defenses are trying to do to you, it doesn't matter if you run a 4.3 40. If you can get in and out of your cuts like this guy, you will always be able to play.
The offense had a tough time picking up all their blocks on that play.
You know, you can draw up any sort of protection scheme and blocking scheme that you want, but ultimately this game comes down to one big man against another big man, and that time the defense's big men, they won the battle.
Play action. Throws it. He's there for the catch. He's brought down around the 46-yard line. Nice job by the quarterback to hit the tight end for a decent gain.
You know, tight ends may not come up with those real explosive plays down the field all the time, but they sure are a nice target for the quarterback.
Barber, the ball carrier. He's dropped at the 48-yard line. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it.
Little linebacker blitzed on that one, and you could see that the quarterback just didn't see it in time to audible out of that play, and let's give credit to the defense. They won that battle.
Barber gets it on the inside. He's tackled right around the 48-yard line. Not much there, maybe a yard, and so it'll be third down.
Watch your ball. ADO here, ADO.
The backfield is in the offset I formation.
180. You got it. Watch the fake. Kill. Come on, dog, let's go.
Hands it to the back. They will be short. The defense was able to stop him short of the first.
Well, I'm sure the defense was caught a little off guard by that run call there, but if you're going to call run there, you better pick up a first down or you're going to be reading about it in the newspaper the next day.
McBriar kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. So this one goes into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. Quarterback threw a pick on their last drive. Let's see if he's able to shake it off. They line up in the shotgun, 3 wide.
Here we go. 5v5. 5v5. We got bark.
McNabb to the air on first down. There for the reception.
McNabb.
Pretty nice read on that play to find the open man.
Yeah, the two of them really have been working hard, building a rapport in practice, and now you're starting to see some of those results out here on the field.
Looking for a receiver. Brings it in. And they get him at the 36-yard line. And a nice pass to the tight end.
So much of the game today revolves around those substitution packages, trying to bring extra defensive backs on the field to try and help against the pass. But when you have a big receiving tight end, that really makes that plan awfully tough to execute.
Philadelphia comes out with 3 receivers in the shotgun. Drops back on first down. Batted away. What a play by the defender.
And the quarterback really caught a break on that one, that wasn't intercepted.
They come out in the nickel.
Tennessee.
He drops back to pass. Rifles this one out to the right. Brought down at the 36-yard line. They'll gain 8 on the play. Looks like 3 wideouts this time. He drops back. The defense has him surrounded. And he makes another deep catch. They get a nice gain there.
And what do you do when you're trying to cover a guy with that kind of speed? You have to back off of him. You have to respect his speed, and then he can do just about anything to you.
Come on. Turbo, Simba.
McNabb set to go to the air. What a catch! Touchdown! That was just a well-executed pass right there.
Well, as a receiver, you're going to get banged around a little bit down here on the goal line, but this is a big, stout guy with good, strong hands, and that was a nice catch.
The snap, set down, the kick is up. And here's your drive summary for that last series. We'll see if this kicker can get a good bounce as they line up for the onside kick. Here's the onside try. They got it. That was a pretty sloppy effort to try to recover that by the return team.
They had to see that onside kick coming. I'm just a little surprised at the lack of urgency, the complacency on a play like this. You better not get too comfortable with this lead, or it could disappear quickly.
McNabb back to pass. He throws right, and it's caught. And he's knocked out around the 46-yard line. Just a short, efficient throw that time.
Yeah, a true sign of patience on the offensive side. You let the play develop. You find the open receiver. Maybe he takes a look down the field. It's not there. Just go ahead and take that safe throw.
Left call.
McNabb looking to pass. Guns it left. In and out of his hands. Jackson was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. This looks like their last shot to get it into the end zone. Drops back to pass. Goes through his read. The rush reaches him, and he goes down. How do you give up 6 sacks in one game?
Well, I guess that's something you're going to have to ask the offensive lineman about after the game if you can find any of them. This is the kind of game where typically those guys take quick showers and they're gone.
They'll go to work at the 27, 1st and 10. Dallas lines up in the offset eye this time. Romo will hand it off. He fights forward to about the 29. So this one is all wrapped up. Our score, the Cowboys 41, the Eagles 20.
We're live at the Georgia Dome, where over 70,000 fans have packed the stadium in hopes of what should be a great game between Dallas and Atlanta. Let's take you now to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth, who are getting set for the kickoff.
We won't have to worry about weather conditions as we get ready for the game. Hello, everyone. Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth here. He'll return it from the 3. Chris, I have to say I'm excited about this one.
Both of these teams really need to have a good mixture of run and pass to be successful. If either one of them gets too one-dimensional, it really plays into the hands of the opponent.
Dumps it out right. He steps out at the 28-yard line. Here's a look at the key playmakers on the Falcons' offense. Atlanta comes out with an I formation. He's looking to throw. Passes to his left. Drops the sure pick. The defender got there in time to break that play up.
He did. He was able to get his hands on the ball, but if he had missed that one might have turned into a really big play.
Hartsock takes off in motion. Drops back to pass. Throws short. He's dropped at the 34. Still not quite enough, however. They'll still be facing 4th down. Newman awaiting the return. Gets it away cleanly. Newman fields it at the 24. He's brought down around the 45-yard line. What happened to the coverage there, Chris?
Oh, come on. They completely lost containment on that guy. I mean, you just can't let that happen. I'll be honest, they were really lucky they didn't give up a touchdown on that one.
The halfback with the carry. He's dropped for a loss. Nowhere to go that time, as the defensive front got very good penetration.
And that's really the key to stopping the counterplay. Because with all those offensive linemen and the slow motion in the backfield, if you can get penetration, you can really disrupt the counter.
Tackled at the 47-yard line. He keeps it and maybe gets 3 yards. The Falcons bring in their dime package, only 3 down linemen. Romo back to pass. Looks for a man open. Is there for the catch. They were able to complete the pass on the play, but they'll still end up short of the 1st down.
And it's really up to the receiver in that situation to try and split the defenders. He has to find a way to duck a shoulder, to roll his head, to do something to, yes, they got the tackle, but they got it while I was still moving forward and able to pick up the 1st down.
Goes into the end zone for a touchback. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports.
Let's go get it.
They'll throw on 1st down. Passes it. Makes the catch. He got depleted. 6 yards that time on the pass play.
Just keeps the ball moving down the field. 6-yard gain and a little progress.
Defense is getting pressure. He's got to find a way to hold on. Good job by the defender to knock the ball out of there.
And that was a good shot. As a receiver, you've got to know you're going to take some hits. You just have to hold on to that ball.
The defense sets up in the nickel. Looking for an open man. And it's knocked down. And it'll be 4th down following the pass deflection.
Just terrific play by the defense. They followed the quarterback's eyes, made a quick jump on the ball, and were all over that one.
He punts it. Newman takes it at the 32. They really did a good job keeping him contained on that one.
Boy, he hardly had any room to do anything there. They've got to come up with a better scheme or some better blockers or something. This guy's a good punt returner. He's just not getting any help at all from his teammates.
Hit and dropped behind the line, and they were not able to get much there.
And so many times you hear offensive coordinators criticized because they don't try to run the football enough. Well, when you get stuffed in the backfield like that, you understand why they would rather call the pass play.
Barber takes the handoff. He's dropped at the 37. Gain of 4. That'll bring up third down. Third down now, they'll need 7 to convert. The backfield is in the offset I formation. And this one looks like it will be against the defense.
Encroachment. Defense.
And the defense gives up 3 yards to the offense.
I always thought a defensive penalty was so much more deflating than an offensive penalty because on offense you have a chance to make up for it. On defense, a lot of times it's big yardage and automatic first downs.
It's a pass on 3rd and short. Not much time to throw. Knocked away. Creighton was the intended receiver, and he can't bring it in. It's 4th down. The Cowboys are lining up to punt it away. Gets the punt away. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 36-yard line. They couldn't do anything against this defense on their last drive, and they were forced to punt. Offset I formation in the backfield. Here's the give. He's brought down around the 39-yard line. Turner gets 3 yards on the carry.
That was a big shot right there. You talk about getting your bell rung. That was the Liberty Bell ringing that time.
Brought down at the 39-yard line. He barely got it past the line of scrimmage that time, and that makes it 3rd down. Dallas lines up with 5 defensive backs. He's looking to throw. Surveys the field. Can't stay in bounds, incomplete pass. The quarterback led the receiver just a little too much.
Yeah, he put a little too much on that pass and forced the receiver to make the catch out of bounds.
He punts it. Fielded at the 19. He's dropped right around the 30-yard line. The defense could do no wrong the last time this team had the ball. They'll start this drive at the 31, 1st and 10. The Falcons bring in the nickel package. Drops back on 1st down. It's dropped. Oh my, the quarterback is lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Yeah, you try and fit some of those into some tight holes, and every once in a while you're going to get one pick, but that was a pretty good play by the defense.
Gives to the back. And they get him at the 44-yard line. They need to come up with a better game plan to stop this guy.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They can't keep giving up those big chunks of yardage like that. They do, it's going to be awfully tough to stop this offense.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. He makes his way to about the 42. And that was a nice job to pick up the 1st down.
Nothing makes a defensive coordinator cringe more than seeing that kind of run, because then it sets up the play action and there's almost no way to stop an offense if you can't stop the run and you have to deal with play action.
Flips it out short. He makes a great open field tackle. Barber caught that one for a gain of 6. That'll make it 2nd down. The Cowboys come out in the ace formation. They'll keep it on the ground again. Brought down at the 29-yard line. This defense needs to get a hold of this run game.
Sometimes when you get it back with this kind of talent, it can be so difficult to get him on the ground.
The Cowboys set up in the gun.
Here we go.
Romo looking to pass. Looking for a receiver. Comes down with it. He's brought down at the 18-yard line. And this receiver just loves it when the defense is in man coverage.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than when you're coming off the ball and you know it's just you and the guy across from you. That's just good old-fashioned football, but you also know typically when you get man coverage, your quarterback is under pressure.
Fires it right. Tackled at the 10. That's a gain of 8. It's 2nd and 2. This is the 8th play of this drive. Single set backfield. Another run. What a hit. I don't think he even saw that guy. They've got the defense completely off balance. It's another 1st down.
And you get the feeling this defense is fishing a little bit right now. They've tried a little bit of everything. Some man coverage, little blitz, little zone blitz, all these different combinations available to them. And yet time after time, these 1st downs keep on coming.
Defense pushes him out of bounds at about the 5-yard line. That brings up 2nd and goal. Dallas comes out with an I formation. The defender gets him to the ground. They get 2 yards, and so it'll be 3rd down. Here we go. Tie game. 3rd down, needing only 3 yards for the score. Goes for the end zone. And he makes the catch. Touchdown.
A lot of people have really been surprised by the play of Tony Romo. But NFL quarterbacks who have the ability to buy a little time, to make somebody miss, to move around just a little in that pocket, can create some really big plays for their receivers down the field, and nobody does that better than Tony Romo.
Dallas is up a score. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it off. Norwood fields it at the 3. And he gets brought down hard. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. They'll set up shop at the 27-yard line. 1st down now and 10 to go. Little handoff. Dropped behind the line. Tried to find something, but there wasn't anything there for him.
Yeah, not anything at all. And as a running back, you're probably going back to the huddle going, guys, a little help, please?
Milner in motion. He's under pressure. And it's completed. And they get him at the 45. Everything seemed to work perfectly on that one.
And that's a pattern that this team likes to run. You know they've been studying that all week on film, and yet they still can't stop it.
Back to pass. He's under a heavy rush. Batted away. Hartsock was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass.
Second down.
Redmond is under center. They'll line up in single back. Drops back. Throws right. Henry knocks it away. Robinson wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. 3rd and 10 coming up. Ball on the 45-yard line. Redmond is lined up under center. They'll line up in the I formation. Back to throw. Short throw to the right. Brought down at the 50. They're able to complete the pass, but it won't be what they needed to keep the drive going.
So many times in the games today, you see a quarterback settle for those underneath throws, where in this situation, it really is a time to try and push the ball down the field a little bit. Those quarterbacks, though, they don't like to take chances on interceptions, and clearly there I thought he could have taken a little bit more of a risk.
Their last drive ended in a touchdown, and they take the field again, hoping for a similar result. On the ground with a tailback. He's dropped at the 30. A yard, maybe 2 on the carry.
Gain of 2.
The Cowboys come out with the offset eye. Witten moves in motion. Looks to pass. Defense is getting pressure. He's brought down at the 30. Maybe a yard or 2 there. That'll bring up 3rd down. They line up at the 30. Jones lines up as the single back. Bennett motions to the left side. He drops back with the throw. He's tackled at the 44-yard line. He gunned that one in there for the first down, didn't he?
He really did, and when you watch a guy throw a ball that hard, they don't move their arm any faster. You see him driving off that back leg. That was a pretty pass.
Hands it to the back. And they get him around the 44-yard line. Maybe a yard, and that will bring up 2nd down. Ace backfield this time. Brought down at the 45. A pickup of less than a yard.
And Tom, that was because the defense filled up all the gaps. The back was looking for somewhere to run, but by bringing the run blitz, they took away all the holes and stopped them for a minimal gain.
This one appeared to be on the offense.
Full start, offense.
And we'll replay 3rd down.
And the quarterback's thinking, thanks a lot, guys. Now we have some heavy-duty lifting to do.
Looking to throw. Broken up. Not a good pass that time, Chris. He forced it right into the coverage.
Whoa, that was really lucky that one wasn't picked off. Not a good decision at all there.
Here's the kick. He got some distance on it. Down in the end zone for a touchback. They were forced to punt on their last drive. The offense will start at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10. Redmond comes to the line with 3 wide. Turner on the handoff. Cuts back and he's dropped. The running back gets about a yard, maybe less. Only one man back. They'll give it off here. And he makes it out to about the 21-yard line. That may be a couple of feet. That'll bring up third down. It's third down now, 9 to go. Ball on their own 21. Atlanta comes out in the shotgun.
Blue 45! Blue 45!
Drops back. Looks for a man open. That one was way off target.
And if you had a guy that big running at you, all you would do is just turn and hide, brother. I know you.
Heenan to punt. He punts it. Newman fields it at the 38. He's dropped at the 49-yard line. And that was a nice little punt return there.
Wow, I thought he was gone for a second. They did a good job getting to him, at least preventing the touchdown. Of course, they wouldn't have to chase him down like that if they'd have done a better job covering the punt.
They'll throw on first down. Pass is complete. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. The defense didn't have a chance on that one. Great throw that time.
Yeah, really not much a defense can do when you get a guy that can throw the football like that. You know, you get yourselves in position defensively, you think you're in the right spot, you're going to make a play, and a guy makes a throw like that, and you go, hey, that's a good throw.
They line up at the 33. Dallas lines up in the offset eye this time. Play action. He throws right. Pass completed. Brought down behind the line. Looks to be a loss of about 2 on the play.
Boy, that's just great anticipation by the defense there. They saw that play coming and were all over it.
The defense has him surrounded. It's completed. It came loose. Boley recovered it. Big-time play by this defense.
And wide receivers are so used to making jukes and moves out there, and sometimes they just get loose with the football. That one's stripped away, and that's a big play.
On play action, he tries to scramble. It's a fumble. They fall on it. Loose ball. James recovers the loose ball. Into the end zone for a touchdown. And just like that, they make it a 2-possession game.
What a tremendous return that was, and even better, now you have a little breathing room when you look up at that scoreboard.
They come on the field to attempt the extra point. Here's the kick. Point after is good. He gets his leg into this one. Won't be stopped. They get him at the 23-yard line. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Dallas comes out defensively with 6 defensive backs. Redmond will look to pass. Throws right. Tackled at about the 31. Pass completed for a gain of 9. That'll make it second down. The Falcons set up in the gun. Atlanta uses motion. Drops back. Huge pressure by the defense. Turner was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. Offense comes out needing just a yard for the first. Ball on the 32. pitch out. And he will lose yardage on the play. A great defensive effort there.
Did you see how fast that linebacker was on that one? Not only did he recognize it, but when he did recognize it, he had the explosiveness to get there.
We've played a quarter. The score is 14-0. The Falcons line up to punt. It's away, and it's a booming punt. Newman takes it at the 25. He's brought down at the 41-yard line. They gave up way too many yards on the return there, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, without a doubt. As part of the coverage team now, you've got to free yourself from that blocker as quickly as possible. And if you can't do that, you're going to give up some big returns.
Tosses it out. Brought down at the 43-yard line. A 3-yard gain on the toss. It's 2nd down and 7 to go. Ball on their own 43. Again with the run. And they get him right around the 46-yard line. Barber picks up about 4 yards on the delayed handoff. Offset I formation in the backfield. The halfback with the carry. It appears to be short, so they tried to push it ahead, but the defense stopped them short of 1st down.
Looked like one of those old-fashioned rugby scrums there. A lot of big bodies piled together and nowhere for the running back to go.
McBriar is the punter. He gets it away. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 29. They couldn't do anything against this defense on their last drive, and they were forced to punt. He didn't get back to the line.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
And so the defense gives up some yards after the flag.
And I know this is a game of emotion, and if you're not emotional on the football field, you're going to get beat anyway, but you can't let your emotions get away from you.
They'll throw on 1st down. Guns it out. There for the catch. Tackled around the 39-yard line. Nice pass play.
It really was in the 80s that we first started seeing offenses throwing the ball to the fullback. You know, for so many years, those guys were just big blockers.
Turner off the left side. He's hammered in the backfield. He tries to wriggle away, but he's stopped for a loss.
Well, Tom, the offensive line just didn't get any push there. They've got to do a better job knocking those guys off the line of scrimmage.
And they'll run him again. He's brought down at the 40. A gain of a yard, if anything, on the run. That brings up 3rd and 10. The Falcons come out with 2 tight ends. The quarterback is in the shotgun. Looks to pass. Throws while on the run. He took a shot at the 13. And this is the way that you're supposed to play pitch and catch.
And when you get a wide receiver with that kind of talent on the outside, he is a threat to take it all the way on any play.
First down now and 10 to go. Ball on the 13. Redmond lines up under center. 3 receivers are split out wide. And they'll run him again. He's tackled at about the 9-yard line. The back gets 3 on the carry. 10 yards from a score here. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Gives to the back. And he's drilled at the 8. Turner gains about 2 yards on the run.
Ouch. You take too many shots like that as a running back, you start peeking around a little bit before you get that football.
Come on.
He drops back. Passes to the end zone. Makes the catch. Touchdown. Chris, a very pretty touchdown pass.
And I can tell you one thing about this offense. If you can't stop that play, you're in big trouble because they like that play.
Kick is up. Point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Decent kick. Jones takes it at the 8. They get him at the 37. Their last drive ended with a 3 and out. They'll go to work at the 37. 1st and 10. Romo is under center. They'll line up in single back. Romo hands it off straight ahead. He is hit hard on the play. He picks up 4 yards on the carry. It's 2nd and 6 coming up. Ball on the 41. 3 down linemen and 2 linebackers on the field for the defense. Barber takes it up the middle. And he's decleated at the 43-yard line. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it.
Boy, he just took a shot on that one. As a running back, the last thing in the world you want is a short gain and a big hit.
Here's the give. They tackle him for a loss. That defense just came up big on the play.
Well, I'll be honest here. I really thought they would pass in that situation. You call a run, hoping you catch the defense somehow off guard, but that time they were not off guard.
Punts it. It'll go out at the 36-yard line. Their passing game led to a touchdown on their last drive, and you've got to think they won't deviate from what's been working. First down, looking to throw. Completed. Brought down at the 41-yard line. Nice pass and catch on that play that gets them a lot closer.
Yep, and that's really just the way they drew that one up. You take what the defense gives, looking to move the ball efficiently downfield with intermediate passes.
On the ground with a tailback. He's brought down right around the 40-yard line. Pickup of less than a yard, and that makes it 3rd down. Nickel package on defense. Redmond calls for motion left.
Tennessee.
He fakes it. And he caught it. And he's hammered at the 44-yard line. Not quite far enough. They do complete the pass, but he'll end up a little short.
And that's the kind of man-on-man play that you see in football. Can the receiver catch the ball and pick up the first down? Can the tackler make the play? That time the defense got it done and stopped them short of the first down.
Gets the punt away. He fields the punt at the 16. He's tackled at the 30. The defense played exceptionally well the last time this offense had the ball. The offense will start at the 30. Offset I formation in the backfield. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. The halfback just couldn't get back to the line of scrimmage, loss of 1. From their own 29-yard line. Romo is under center. 2 tight ends in the formation. Tackled at about the 33-yard line. 5 yards. And so it'll be third down. Third down, 6 yards to the first. Ball on their own 34. 6 DBs in the lineup.
Here we go.
He's looking to throw. Looking for an open man. Makes the reception. Great open field tackle.
There's just something magical about Tony Romo. There really is. When you talk to him, he has that smile on his face, and he looks like, oh, shucks, and I can't believe this is happening to me. But week in and week out, he makes huge plays in the ball game, and he is a tremendous leader.
Throws it short. He's brought down at the 45. So they pick up quite a few yards on that play.
Yeah, really a nice route that time. One of the keys to playing wide receiver is the ability to not only get into cuts, but to get out of the cuts. That time, very explosive coming out of that cut, and it made the difference.
Gives to the back. And they get him at the 43-yard line. It wasn't much of a run, but it did get them a first down.
Those are money yards right there. Just a couple of yards on the gain. But anytime you look up and they're moving the change, you know you've done your job.
He looks to throw on first down. Looks down the field. Past the line. He's tackled at the 37. And he got about 6 on that scramble. So second down now. The offense needs about 4 for the first. Drops back to pass. Throws on the run. Fails to connect with the pass. Creighton was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Witten comes in motion. Nice play fake. Andy has been his go-to guy on the drive. Tackled at the 11. How about that completion?
Boy, did that quarterback stand in there firm that time. He knew the pressure was coming. He knew he was going to get hit. He didn't care. Took advantage for a big play.
First down now and 10 to go. Ball on the 11-yard line. Offset I formation in the backfield. He's dropped around the 10-yard line. Barber comes away with 2 yards on the carry. They're now threatening inside the 10. Romo lines up under center. They'll line up in single back. Man in motion. Dumps it out right. And the receiver is open. Witten caught that one for a gain of 6. 3 yards for the score now. The backfield is in the offset I formation. All kinds of pressure. And it's caught. Touchdown. Just a great pass and catch on that one, Chris, as they connect for the touchdown.
And I just love watching these two guys work together. This is a special combination, and it pays off again.
point after is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Nice kick, plenty of distance. From his own goal line. Brought down at the 24-yard line. They didn't look sharp on their last drive and were forced to punt it away. They'll set up shop at the 24-yard line. First down now and 10 to go. He drops back. He throws on the run. The pass was deflected and swatted away by the defender.
I think the quarterback may have had to throw that ball a little sooner than he wanted to. The pressure was starting to get there.
Looks to pass. Scans the field. Makes the grab. He's brought down at the 27. That's a 4-yard pickup through the air.
Good job by the offense that time. Really nothing there down the field. He just takes a little completion and keeps moving the ball.
They go with the toss. He's dropped for a loss. What happened on that series, Chris?
The defense was good and the offense stunk, Tom. What else you need to know?
Dallas looks like they're sending everything but the kitchen sink at this punter. Gets the punt away. Newman takes it at the 33. And they get him at the 46-yard line. If the offense can air it out as effectively as they did on their last drive, it's going to be a long day for everyone on that defense. The Cowboys line up in an I formation. He's tackled at the 48-yard line. The ball carrier gives them 6 yards on the ground. Romo is lined up under center. 2 tight ends this time. Barber gets another carry. He lost yardage on the play. Loss of a yard. That'll bring up 3rd down. 3rd down, 5 yards for the first. Ball on the 49. Dallas lines up in a shotgun set. Drops back to pass. Looking for a receiver. Brings this one in. He doesn't get back to the line. They lose a yard there.
He did a great job of keeping containment there. There just wasn't anywhere to go on that one.
Atlanta is lined up. They look like they're sending the house after this punt. Gets the punt away. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 27-yard line. The offense takes the field, and we'll see if they can put something together after their last drive ended with a 3-and-out. Shotgun formation.
Blue 45! Blue 45!
Looks to pass. Goes through his read. Catch is made. Brought down at about the 39-yard line. What happened there, Chris?
Well, they got caught in man-to-man coverage on that play, and I couldn't tell if the defender slipped a little bit or not. Maybe he just got beat on the play.
Short throw to the left. And there's 2 minutes remaining in the half. They just couldn't get to the quarterback in time.
It's one of the dangers. You bring those extra defenders trying to get after the quarterback, and you're going to leave some man coverage on the outside. That time the quarterback able to take advantage.
And he catches it. And they get him at the 41-yard line. And another connection that goes for good yardage.
And we really see the trust that is developing between this receiver and the quarterback. That if the quarterback has confidence that you're going to be where he thinks you're going to be, he will throw it to you more often than he'll throw it to somebody else.
Almost picked. Douglas was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete. Third down now, they'll need a couple of yards to convert for a first down. I don't think there's any question as to how this offense wants to pick up this first down. They might have mistimed the snap on that one.
Full start, offense.
It'll be third down again after that penalty.
You know, third down
Still
football
third
is
down.
hard enough in the National Football League, but when you start adding yardage onto it, it gets even tougher.
Back to pass. With the catch. He's dropped at the 38. Douglas gains 7 yards and a first with the catch.
Nice throw by the quarterback that time, and this offense keeps this drive alive. 3 first downs now on this one.
He's looking to throw. Throws a bullet. Tight coverage, and it's picked off. Brought down at the 19-yard line. Why did he even make that pass?
Yeah, Tom, I think he got baited into that throw. He thought the defensive back was going elsewhere. He did a little fake, came back in, made the pick, just a real heads-up play.
He fakes it. And they're coming after him. He's there for the catch. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. Dallas looks to take a commanding 3-score lead here. One man in the backfield. Looks to pass. Intercepted. That one just cost them a shot at points.
And really, this quarterback is better than that. He knew better than to throw that ball. He just made a mistake. I'm just not sure what he was thinking there.
They line up at the 3. The Falcons come out in a 2 tight end set. Redmond hands it off. He's brought down at the 8. The running back picks up 6 on that play. Second down now, 4 yards to go. Ball on the 8. Redmond is lined up under center. 2 tight ends this time.
Luke 45! Luke 45! Raid it! Let the hook it. Let's go quick games. 44 press. 44 press. Under. Tom, let her hook. Come on now. Run around. Numbers. Todd! Which way, Rodney Slayer? We got to play. Lou. Go, baby. What? All right.
He'll get it again. He didn't get back to the line.
All day long. Get this thing done, man.
And as we head to halftime, score is 21-7. Not a bad kick. Austin takes it at the 4. Hit and dropped at the 29-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Romo gives it up the middle. And they get him at the 31. He might have gotten a yard at best. That brings up second down. Barber, the lone back. And they use motion. Throws the bullet to the right. Brought down at the 35. Gain of 4 on the pass. So that'll make it 3rd down. 5 DBs on the field. Nice play fake. Throws out right. He's dropped around the 42-yard line, and that will be enough for the 1st down.
You know, it really wasn't a horrible call that time by the defense, but anytime you have to try and stop an offense like this in those medium yardage situations, you really have to come up in the coverage.
He looks to throw on 1st down. There for the reception. He's brought down around the 46-yard line. Witten picks up about 4 yards with the catch. That'll make it 2nd down. Barber is the single setback.
Here we go. Goes left. Got it.
Hit hard at the 49-yard line. They gain 5 yards there, and that makes it 3rd down. The offense facing another 3rd down here as they line up. Barber lines up as the single back. He fakes it. He throws it. Can't complete it. Bennett was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. It's 4th down. They'll line up to punt this one away. McBriar can pin them deep in their own territory with a good punt here. Punts it. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 27-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports.
Let's go, baby. Get the ball out. Let's go.
He looks to throw on 1st down. And they get him at the 29-yard line. And he just couldn't get it going after making the catch.
Nope, and sometimes as a receiver, the quarterback will make the wrong read and throw it to you anyway, and you give him that look going back to the huddle. You know that look?
Scatter. Watch the ball.
He drops back under heavy pressure. Brings it in. He's dropped at the 43-yard line. That pass is good for a 1st down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
Back to pass. He's running out of time. Brought down at the 50. Pretty nice pickup on the pass that time.
And that's simply good design and execution on the pattern. They work hard all week in practice to make sure that on game day they have that timing down perfectly.
He gets another carry. And they get him at the 49-yard line. The halfback picks up a yard. From the 49-yard line. Redmond lines up under center. 4 receivers are split out wide. They'll throw for the 1st. He passes short. And it's caught. That'll go for a 1-yard loss.
He just couldn't make anything happen after he brought it in. Good job by the defense.
Keenan can pin them deep in their own territory with a good punt here. Punts it. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 28. They had to punt it away on their previous drive. He throws right, and he has room to run. He's tackled around the 36-yard line, and simply a great throw there.
Yeah, that really was a nice touch that time. Perfect sort of combination of velocity and touch. A very catchable ball thrown by this quarterback so that you don't have to overly focus on what you're doing and you can get your eyes back down the field, try and get a good run after the catch.
Anderson gets the loose ball. And they were lucky to fall on that one. The defense was closing in to scoop it up.
You have to protect the ball. It's really just as simple as that. You cannot have turnovers and expect to be successful in a game like this.
Back to pass. Not much time to throw. Is there for the catch. He's dropped around the 44-yard line. And it's the tailback with a big catch.
And tailbacks love that. Anytime they can get into the open field, think about that position. You're constantly pounding the ball inside and getting hit by those big linebackers. Now you get out in open space and you have a chance to make a play.
First down, looking to throw. On the run, he throws it. Inside the 30. Couldn't make the last guy miss. The wideout comes away with a spectacular play.
It's always kind of funny to think about with all the big guys that play the game of football. Sometimes it's the little wide receivers that scare you the most.
Keep the grip with the tailback. And he just got hammered. Great job of the running back. That's a gain of 9. Goal line only a dozen yards away now. Barber is the deep back as they line up in the I. Here's the halfback. What a hit! Barber gives them a fresh set of downs on the 3-yard run. Romo is back in the gun. And he will lose yardage on the play. He was caught with nowhere to go.
This is a pretty good running back, and if you can hem him up like that, pretty impressive.
Romo lines up under center. He has 2 tight ends. He's hammered in the backfield. The offense had a tough time picking up all their blocks on that play.
You know, you can draw up any sort of protection scheme and blocking scheme that you want, but ultimately this game comes down to one big man against another big man, and that time the defense's big men, they won the battle.
Looks down the field. And they get him there for the sack. It seems these days being a defensive end isn't just all about trying to run your blocker over to get to the quarterback.
Yeah, you see more and more of these guys that are a little undersized for defensive linemen, but they make up for that size and bulk with great speed and agility. If they can turn the corner, they can really make a difference in a game.
And it splits the uprights. And here's your drive summary for that last series. The kick. Jennings fields it at the 1. At the 30. He's tackled at the 37. That return will set the offense up nicely.
They did an outstanding job blocking for the returner, and he repaid their efforts with a huge gain.
Turner takes the handoff. He's brought down at the 42. 6 yards there on the counters. They line up at the 42. Atlanta lines up in the offset I this time. He drops back to pass. Pass is right. What an open field tackle. Excellent pass by the quarterback on that play.
I'm really enjoying watching the timing between this receiver and the quarterback. We're seeing a well-schooled offense now going to work.
Back to pass. Throws while on the run. He fumbled it. Williams scoops it. The receiver should have held on to that one.
Wide receivers are pretty good at catching the football. They're not always good at running with the football. It takes a lot of strength to hold on to that ball, and he gave it up.
First down, looking to throw. Makes the catch. Tackled at the 49-yard line.
Terrell Owens is one of those guys you almost have to see him to believe him. When I watch him warm up down on the field, it is just like watching some superhuman out running around. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, and he really doesn't care what the opposing fans think about him. He is a show unto himself.
He's tackled at the 49-yard line, and the halfback has nowhere to go. So they'll face a 2nd and 10. Romo will come to the line with a 3-wide formation. He gets another carry, and they get him at the 50. Gain of under a yard, and so it'll be 3rd down. 3rd and 9 coming up. Ball on the 50. Romo is in the shotgun. 3 receivers wide this time. Dallas sends a man in motion to the left. Looking to throw. Fires it out. Comes down with it. A solid gain on that pass play, but it'll still be short of the 1st down.
And there's really nothing a defense likes better than those 3rd and long situations where they can play passively. They don't have to worry about giving up the big play. Just come up and make the tackle. Good hit that time. Good solid tackle.
They get this one off, and it's a great kick. So this one goes into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports.
Let's go now, let's go. Blue 45. Blue 45.
Turner on the inside handoff. Huge hit. Gain of 2. That'll bring up 2nd down. It's 2nd down and 8 to go. Ball on the 22-yard line. Redmond lines up in the shotgun. Hartsock takes off to the left side. Redmond dropping back. Throws on the run, and it's completed. He's brought down at the 27-yard line. That's a gain of 5, so that'll make it 3rd down. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Tennessee.
There's a play fake. Throws left. Tipped pass. The defender was able to get a hand on it.
And really, that came as a result of pretty physical play at the line of scrimmage. They're banging these guys around and not letting them get into their routes.
He punts it. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 49. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. Sets up the play action. Throws to his right. And it's picked off. And the defense gets their 2nd of the game.
And Tom, he had that one all the way. You could see it. He was reading the quarterback's eyes and jumped it. Nice play.
Atlanta is going with the offset I backfield. They'll throw on 1st down. They get to the QB. What happened to the protection on this one, Chris?
Well, it's becoming pretty obvious at this point that they're having trouble blocking this defensive line. Now you really don't have a choice. You have to go to more 3- and 5-step drops, get that ball out of there quickly.
Redmond takes it back. Passes on the move. He's tackled at the 39-yard line. Turner picks up about 5 yards with the catch. That'll make it 3rd down. The quarterback is in the gun. He has 2 tight ends in the formation. Looking to throw. Pipe it out there. He's dropped the open field, and that one was completed for a solid gain.
Solid gain, yes, but no first down on that play. So now it's going to bring up a decision on the part of the offense. Defensively, I think they executed that one exactly the way they wanted to.
It's away, and it's a booming punt. And it'll be down at the 1. Not much the return man can do there.
Yeah, he really did the right thing there. That's just to let it go, get out of the way, and really just give the guy credit. It was a good kick, very fortunate bounce. The last thing in the world you want to do in that kind of a situation is to fumble the football, give it up, short field for the other team, and a quick score.
Throws it short. Pass is complete. Bennett gains about 5 yards on the play. They line up at the 6. Dallas comes out with an I formation. Romo will hand it off. He's dropped at the 9. Barber picks up about 4 yards on the play. Romo is under center. They'll line up in the I formation. Play fake. Dumps it out right. He's brought down right around the 14-yard line. Great job to haul in that first down pass.
This team is just so good at executing those short, quick passes and picking up first downs and keeping drives alive.
Feeds it to the back. He gets out to about the 15-yard line. Gain of less than a yard.
And they really ran right into the blitz. That's a time that a veteran quarterback should have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. You could see the blitz coming. He didn't audible and only came away with a short gain.
Barber on the inside handoff. Brought down around the 20-yard line. They get around 5 yards from the halfback. That brings up another 3rd down attempt. They'll come out with 3 wide receivers. He's looking to throw. Passes to his left. And he's out at about the 23-yard line. Well, the pass was completed. They'll still be short of the marker.
You know, I just don't like that stuff, Tom. I call that chicken offense. You know, you go out there and you act like you're afraid. You're afraid to throw an interception. You're afraid to go for it down the field. You just settle and you bring the punter out. I don't like that.
4th down. The Cowboys are lining up to punt this one away. Jennings back deep to return. McBriar will punt it, and he absolutely boomed it. Jennings fields it at the 29. He's dropped at the 36-yard line. The offense takes the field, hoping to put something together after their last drive ended in a 3-and-out. 3 wide receivers set.
Blue 45! Baby, get out! Blue 45! We'll make this run, baby. Stay right, stay right.
Play action. And the fullback is wide open out there. The safety scoops it up. Down the sideline. And the defense was all over that one.
Well, fullbacks are always going to be carrying the football in tough situations, and if they fumble it, it is almost always recovered by the defense.
They'll set up shop at the 24-yard line. It's 1st and 10. They come out with a big set. Romo sends a man in motion. They give it to the tailback. And he dropped him in the open field. Barber picks up 5 yards with the carry. 2nd and 5 coming up here. Ball on the 19. One-man backfield. Feeds it to the back. Brought down around the 14-yard line. The running back tops the century mark with that last run.
The defense hasn't quite figured this kid out yet. Give them time, though. They're pretty smart defense. I don't think they're going to be able to do much more than what they've done, though. They've got to find a way to put a stop to this real quick.
They're going to pitch it. Tackled at the 11. He was only able to get a few on the run, but it was still enough for the first down.
Good call that time with the toss play. A lot of times in those short yardage situations, you end up with so much of the defense stacked inside. You toss it outside. That time, not a lot of running room on the outside, but enough for the first down.
There's a play fake. Short throw to the right. He's brought down at the 2. Nice little pickup on that pass pattern.
And I really shouldn't feel this way, but I get a little nervous every time this guy goes up to make a catch, because he's had a little bit of a history of dropping some balls, but today doing a nice job hanging on and a big play there.
Tries for the end zone. And that'll be his 3rd scoring strike of the game. They're lining it up for the point after. And the point after is good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. Great kick here. From his own goal line. Drilled at the 25. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game.
Scatter. Let's go quick games, 44 press. 44 press. Who's left?
He's looking to throw. With the pass. Tipped ball, intercepted. And they get him at the 24-yard line. Great catch by the linebacker. Not a smart throw from the quarterback.
It's hard to believe that you can lose a guy that big, but sometimes those linebackers dropping underneath in coverage, quarterbacks just don't see him, and he threw it right to him.
Drops back to pass. All kinds of pressure. Tipped it away. Owens was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. 2nd down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 24. 2 tight ends here.
Let's go right. Here we go. Over one. Here we go. Right. Don't give him a yard. What?
Here's the give. He gets out to about the 22-yard line. A yard, maybe 2 on the carry. They line up at the 22. Dallas is going with the offset eye backfield. He's under pressure. Out of bounds at the 17. It's completed, but it'll wind up short.
Well, it's not a horrible call in that situation because you put the ball in the hands of a playmaker. You try and allow him to create, but you're seeing now defensively, when they close together like that, it's going to be awfully tough to pick up that first down.
And it splits the uprights. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. And here's the kick. Norwood takes it at the 4. That was a great hit. He wasn't getting away from that one. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports.
Right, who's right? I'm here. Blue 45. Blue. Tiger. Run around. Back up.
Inside handoff. Excellent open field tackle. Turner gains around 6 yards on the draw play right there. The Cowboys line up with a nickelback. Back to throw. He throws right. He's tackled at about the 41. White gains around 7 yards with the catch, and that's good for a first down.
You can tell this defense is still thinking about the deep ball. They're playing back, they're playing off these receivers, and those short throws are going to be there until they make a change.
Drops back on first down. The defense has him surrounded. Tipped away. What an effort out there. He just got his hands in there and broke it up.
I love watching the closing speed of this defense. When they see the ball, they go get it.
Redmond lines up in the shotgun. He's looking to throw. Dumps it out right. Tackled at the 48-yard line. Douglas gains about 5 yards on the play. That'll make it third down. Turner alone in the backfield. He drops back. Drops it, and he was pretty well covered. He tried to thread the needle on that last one and threw it right into coverage.
Well, you have to admire his courage. He's not afraid to make any throw, anytime, anywhere, but he's lucky that one wasn't picked off.
Looking to throw. And the defense has a heavy rush. And this one looks like it's going to come back.
Holding offense. The penalty is declined.
They'll get the ball here at the 43-yard line. Romo lines up under center. Single backfield this time. The counter. And they get him at about the 41. Maybe a yard. That brings up second down. From the 42-yard line. They line up in the shotgun. Romo set to go to the air. Goes through his read. Pass completed. And he made a great open field tackle. He put something extra on that throw, and it'll keep the chains moving.
And that's really what it takes sometimes, because defenders are so quick out there. If you don't put a little extra pop on it, they can get there.
Fakes to the back. Passes to his left. Knocked out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Anderson gains about 4 yards there, so that'll make it second down. The defense come out with 5 defensive backs this time. Witten goes in motion.
Let's get it. Get it back. Hey, back.
Drops back to pass. Rockets it. It's completed. Tackled at the 15. He was lucky the receiver came down with that ball.
And the defense has to be sick. They were right there. They had him completely covered, and this guy with those great hands just went up and made another play.
Here we go. Kill.
Barber takes the give. And they get him at the 12. The old counter gets them 2, maybe 3 yards.
Gain of 3.
11 yards out.
Let's get off.
Dallas sets up in the eye.
Yeah.
The Cowboys use motion.
Let's go. Base.
Back to pass. Looking for an open man. Touchdown, Cowboys. He throws it in there for the touchdown again. That's his 4th pass that's gone for a score.
This quarterback's getting loose. He's starting to feel it out there. You know, sometimes you bang your head against the wall and you're trying to figure out what's going to work during the course of the day. And sometimes you come out here and it just feels easy. You're over laughing on the bench, having a good time. It's been fun today.
Point after is good. Dallas with the big advantage. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Here's the kick. He'll return it from the 1. Still working. Knocked out of bounds at the 33. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Hand off to the right. He's brought down at the 34-yard line. 1 yard gain on the play, and that will bring up second down. They line up at the 34.
Let's go, baby. Get the ball out.
Redmond is in the gun. 3 wide receivers. Atlanta motions right.
Blue 45. Toby 32. Toby 32.
He drops back with the hard throw out to his right. A great play by the defense to knock the ball away.
And these defenders have been close all day. You better be careful if you're the quarterback. One of those is going to turn into an interception.
Scatter. Wide.
Drops back. Dumps it out left. Tackled at the 38. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up fourth. Keenan awaits the snap. Here's the kick. He got some distance on it. He'll take it from the 18. Stiff arms, and he's brought down. That guy just showed off some pretty good skills on that return.
I thought for sure he was taking that one back to the house. You know, anytime you get a guy with that kind of skill level in the open field with a little room to run, good things are going to happen.
Nice.
Looks to pass. Strong throw to his right. There for the catch. He makes the tackle, and he had nothing but green grass in front of him. And he's crossed the century mark in receiving yards. This has been one heck of a performance.
And Tom, I don't think he's finished yet. This is a guy that is on a roll right now, and this defense really doesn't have an answer for him.
Barber takes the give. He's tackled at the 30. Pickup of about 5. That'll bring up second down. 2nd and 5. Ball on the 30-yard line. The backfield is in the offset I formation.
Let's go. Watch the run. We stop the run first.
Feeds it to the back. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Solid hit with the safety. He'll drop him for a loss.
Well, you know you've got an aggressive safety when he's making tackles for a loss behind the line of scrimmage. Typically, these guys are trying to not give up a big play in the passing game. Now when you see somebody in the backfield, that's impressive.
Throws to the middle. He's dropped at the 13. A good play fake that time.
It really was. I didn't see it. I thought it was a run play. He pulled it out of there and came up with a nice gain.
Quick games, 44 screw. Let's get it.
The halfback with the carry. And they get him at about the 11. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it.
The defense did a nice job there jamming the running back, bringing the outside linebacker on a blitz. Sometimes those outside backers a little more athletic and can really help stop the run.
Come on. 180. Come on. Close, open right. Right.
Barber on the give. And he makes it out to about the 11-yard line. Just a yard there.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
Get that ball back. Right. Come on now.
Looking to throw. Short throw. He's tackled at the 7. Gain of 4. 4th down. This will be a 24-yard field goal try. And he makes it. Good job putting that kick right on target, and it goes through for 3 points. And here's the kick. Brought down at the 29-yard line. The defense could do no wrong the last time this team had the ball. One man in the backfield. They go with the run. Brought down at the 29-yard line. Not a lot on that play. That brings up second down. Only one man back. Redmond takes it back. He needs to get the pass off. Williams gets the interception. Again, it looked like there was a little miscommunication on that interception.
In the NFL, the quarterback's primary responsibility is to maintain possession of the ball. Don't give it away. He's the most trusted guy on the field, and today he's looking shaky.
Nice play fake. Gets the ball away. Tackled about the 25-yard line. Great pickup for the first on that one.
And really what makes NFL football so special is the ability of these quarterbacks to throw it and these great receivers to catch it. That's just fun to watch.
Drops back, throws it out. And they get him around the 15-yard line. A decent gain on the pass.
And that's good quarterback play. He recognized the blitz, he understood what was happening with the coverage behind it, and found the open man.
Little handoff. Brought down around the 6-yard line. And that's a gain of about 8. And that will bring up second down. It's 2nd and 2, 6 yards to the end zone. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Here's the give. He gets out to about the 6-yard line, and the halfback has nowhere to go. Barber is the single setback. Nice play fake. Looks down the field. He's going to run. Loose football. And they fall on the loose ball.
Anderson on the
Well, that was a lucky bounce for the offense, Chris. They were right there to pick it up after he put it on the ground.
And you really said it right, because after all the game planning, after all the work that goes into a week, how many games are decided by a lucky bounce one way or another? That was good fortune for this offense.
And he makes it. Nice work putting that one right through the uprights. The kick. Stays on his feet. The quarterback leads his offense back onto the field after turning it over on their last drive. 1st and 10. They'll go from the I formation. Redmond takes it back. Throws it short. Completed. He's dropped at the 31. They hook up for a pretty good gain on that one. Nice pass.
Yeah, good pass and good confidence by the quarterback there. He saw the opening. He knew there was a spot that he could get that in there, but you could see he had the confidence to let this receiver make a play, and that's really what pro football is all about.
Nice job by the quarterback to hit the tight end for a decent gain.
You know, tight ends may not come up with those real explosive plays down the field all the time, but they sure are a nice target for the quarterback.
Back to pass. Huge pressure by the defense. He's going to be tackled for a loss. That one goes for a loss of about 5.
You got to give the defense a lot of credit on that one. They made a little correction at the line of scrimmage, and they had that play pegged right from the start.
Redmond hasn't missed yet. He throws on the run. He's tackled at the 46-yard line. That's a 10-yard gain. The defense lines up in the nickel. The Falcons changing their play at the line. Back to pass. He throws right. I think they caught the defense offsides. Here's the call.
Offside, defense.
He tried to anticipate the count there.
And a lot of times it's the offensive lineman who will go back into the huddle and say, hey, I think this guy's trying to time our snap count. That's when the quarterback will change up the count. Worked perfectly there.
Redmond back to pass. He's been perfect on this drive. What a brutal hit. It seems to me they're having a tough time picking up their blocks.
Something went wrong on that play. You know, you have the quarterback who makes line calls, then you have the center who may adjust the line calls. Just watching that protection, I think something went wrong in the communication between the quarterback or the center. Somebody, that was a mistake.
And you won't see the coaching staff complaining about that.
Yeah, coaching staffs generally don't complain about too much when they have a quarterback that has the leadership qualities and the arm strength and the ability that this guy has.
That last catch puts him over 100 receiving yards.
And one of the things I like watching about this receiver is that he understands how to read coverages. More often than not, a wide receiver has to understand reading coverages at least as well as the quarterback. Otherwise, the quarterback will see one thing and the receiver another.
He made the right read on that pass.
Nice play that time by the quarterback. You know, we talk about progressions and going from one receiver to the next, but this quarterback is doing a great job in the pre-snap read, knowing who the first guy will be and getting him the football.
End zone. Drops the easy kick. Second down for the offense after that incomplete pass. They'll face second down and 10. Ball on the 19-yard line. Redmond is lined up under center. Only one in the backfield this time. The Falcons use motion. Looks to pass. Rifles it right. Knocked away. White wasn't able to bring it in. Incomplete pass on the play. Offset I formation in the backfield. Redmond drops back. Gets rid of the ball. Tackled around the 12-yard line. And I'm sure at least one of these teams is happy to see this one in. Our final score, the Cowboys 47, the Falcons 7.
We're here for more great NFL action as we're just about ready for the opening kickoff. And now we'll go to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth for the opening kickoff. Tom?
With a beautiful day in the forecast, we'll get ready for today's game. Hi, everyone. Tom Hammond here, along with Chris Collinsworth. Chris, any comments before we kick this one off?
Both of these teams really need to have a good mixture of run and pass to be successful. If either one of them gets too one-dimensional, it really plays into the hands of the opponent.
To the 20, to the 10. He returns this one all the way. Touchdown. They come on the field to attempt the extra point. Point after is good. San Francisco up 7 points. He kicks it. Austin fields it at the 1. Dropped at the 28-yard line. Being down a touchdown before you even walk onto the field is never the best position to be in on offense.
Big drive now for the offense. The last thing in the world you can afford to have happen now is a 3-and-out. You've already given up a touchdown, a 3-and-out here, and you're in trouble.
He drops back, fires it left, and he caught it. Brought down right around the 36-yard line. Good job locating the gap in the coverage on that play.
You know, that's the kind of pass pattern I used to always love to run, because if the defense is even a little bit lax in their coverage, it's pretty easy to get that one in there.
Looking for a receiver. Makes the reception. He's dropped at the 47-yard line. And a pretty smart play call right there.
It really is so much the key to football. You talk all the time about you have to establish the run. Well, there you see why. You establish the run, and then you come with the play-action pass. Just so hard to defend.
The halfback with the carry. He's brought down at the 45. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it.
As a quarterback, you really want to make that pre-snap read, and it's kind of hard to not see the middle linebacker. He came on the blitz that time, and sometimes you just need to get out of a play like that.
Looking to throw. Passes the ball. And they get him right around the 38-yard line. Creighton picks up 7 yards with that catch. So that'll make it 3rd down. The offense lines up with 3 wide receivers.
Hey, never quit, fellas. Let's go.
He's looking to throw. Here's the pass. Brought down at the 31. He makes the catch, and Chris, that'll move the chain.
And they're doing it with short ball control type passes. This is the type of offense that really frustrates a defense.
And they motion a guy to the right. They go with the toss. He's dropped right around the 20-yard line. A 10-yard gain. That'll bring up 2nd down. 2nd down and a half yard. Ball on the 21-yard line. High formation here. Romo has completed every pass on this drive. Touchdown!
A lot of people have really been surprised by the play of Tony Romo. But NFL quarterbacks who have the ability to buy a little time, to make somebody miss, to move around just a little in that pocket, can create some really big plays for their receivers down the field, and nobody does that better than Tony Romo.
It's good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. He gets his leg into this one from his own goal line. Still pushing. They get him at the 25. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. They come out with 4 wideouts. Tosses it out. He's tackled at the 33-yard line. The halfback toss works for 7, maybe 8 yards from their own 33-yard line. Smith lines up under center. Single backfield this time. It's the tailback. What a shot! Gore got past the defenders and picked up a solid gain for the first. Gore is the deep back as they line up in the eye. On play action, still moving. Makes the grab. He's pushed out at the 38. That'll go for a loss of a couple.
You know, sometimes as a quarterback, you have to be careful about dumping it down too quickly. Stand in there, see what you've got working down the field. That time they were all over that quick throw.
Blue 45. Tiger.
He drops back to pass. He needs to get rid of it. Defender gets his hand on it. Oh my, the quarterback is lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Yeah, you try and fit some of those into some tight holes, and every once in a while, you're going to get one pick, but that was a pretty good play by the defense.
Smith looking to pass. He throws it. Jenkins has the interception. And they get him about the 43-yard line. What a big-time play. I can't believe he hung on to it.
Well, we're going to have to quit using that old cliche about cornerbacks and defensive backs not being able to catch the football. That was some play that time.
Tennessee.
Hands it off. He's tackled around the 42-yard line. Gain of 2.
And you can really see the defensive play calling becoming a little more aggressive now. They're blitzing on passing downs, they'll blitz on run downs, and that can really put a lot of pressure on an offensive line.
He's looking to throw. Brings this one in, and he dropped him in the open field. Not much of a gain at all on that completion. What happened on that one?
Well, I think the offense really just trying to make a safe throw rather than taking a big chance and throwing it down the field. You get the ball in the hands of your receiver and let him try and make a play. That time, nothing there.
Drops back to pass. Surveys the field. Crosses the line. He's brought down at about the 35-yard line. 4 yards there on the scramble. McBriar is back to punt. He'll try to keep this one out of the end zone. He punts it. It'll go out at the 14-yard line. The quarterback leads his offense back onto the field after turning it over on their last drive. He drops back to pass. Scans the field. Catch is made. Brought down at the 26-yard line. Nice little pitch and catch with the wideout.
Patience for a wide receiver is just so key. He's able to manipulate that defense, set him up one play, come back with the exact same look, and break off of it the next. Beautifully run.
Get off, baby, get off. Let's get off this field, man. I got him. Close right, Lucy.
Pause. Dropped behind the line. The defense seemed to do everything right there.
And you love to see those linebackers playing downhill like that, not just flowing sideline to sideline, but attacking and trying to get in the backfield.
Zebra.
Looking to throw. Looking for an open man. And he catches it. Defense pushes him out of bounds at the 28-yard line. Here's a 3rd and 8 situation. Ball on the 28. They line up in an I.
Left. Blue 45.
He's looking to throw. On the run, he throws it. He's dropped at about the 37-yard line. He ran a clean route, and the quarterback got it to him with a good pass, first down.
And you can tell there's a lot of confidence between these two guys. The quarterback has faith in these tough situations to go to that receiver and make big plays.
They'll throw on first down. Throws it out with the catch. Tackled at the 48-yard line. Looks to be a good gain of 10 or so on the slant that time.
I love that call against man-to-man coverage. Just get the ball out of your hands quickly. You don't have to face the pressure, and give your playmakers a chance on that end cut.
Blue 45.
Fakes the run. Goes through his read. Stiff arms, and he's brought down. Excellent pass by the quarterback on that play.
I'm really enjoying watching the timing between this receiver and the quarterback. We're seeing a well-schooled offense now going to work.
The halfback with the carry. He doesn't get back to the line. You may want to dump that one.
Yeah, I think that one's already in the trash can. You probably won't see that one run again. But I will say this, that penetration does that to any offense, and that time they just got in the backfield.
Blue 45. Watch the switch. Come on, go.
They'll give it off here. And he makes it out to about the 47-yard line. So at the most, he gains a few inches.
Well, that time the outside linebacker came on the run blitz. They got some penetration and shut down the play.
48. You got that? Toby 32. Toby 32. Come on now. Buffalo. Let's go.
Smith has completed every pass on this drive. He makes another reception on the drive. The defense was coming with a heat on that play.
But you never know it if you were watching the quarterback. He stood in there strong, completely relaxed, and made that defense pay that time.
Reload. 988. Hey, watch this. 988. Comes left. Hey, watch the screen.
There's a play fake. Smith will be dropped in the backfield, and they're able to get to him on that one.
Great job there getting to the quarterback. The defense went with the bull rush and just manhandled this offensive line. They've got to be more stout. They've got to be able to hold up in protection.
Let's go right. Let's run. What that screen on here? Just do it on him tight.
Smith hasn't missed yet. Looks for a man open. He's there for the catch. And they get him around the 32-yard line. They'll gain 4 on that pass play. That'll bring up third down. From the 32-yard line, the Cowboys bring in their dime package.
Overwatch, red man. Regular. Ready.
Smith is looking to stay perfect on this drive. Hasn't missed yet on this drive. Great time for that type of pass. It worked to perfection.
And that was a nice job by the offensive line, allowing the quarterback enough time to survey the field and find the open guy.
Let's see if their play calling changes now that they're in the red zone for the first time.
Blue 45. You got it. Let's go.
Gore gets the call. He is hit hard on the play. They pick up a good 6 yards there. That brings up second down. Second down now, 4 yards to go. Ball on the 13. They line up in a double tight set. Bruce moves in motion.
Kodiak. I got you. Turbo, Simba. Scatter.
Tosses it out. Brought down behind the line. The halfback loses a yard on the toss. The offense lining up, hoping to convert on third again, their fourth attempt of the drive.
Blue 45. That's all we got.
They go with the run. The defender gets him to the ground.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
So with that penalty, they'll move the chain.
Oh, and that's so painful for a defense to make a stop, get the ball back for your offense, and just a silly penalty is going to give it right back to them with a first down.
Gore takes it right side. They tackle him for a loss. Great read there. It looked like the defense knew the counter was coming.
And a lot of times in that situation, they read offensive linemen. And the minute you see those offensive linemen, sometimes even in their stance, sort of sitting back, you know the counter's coming, you can get penetration and make a play in the backfield just like that.
Gore gets the carry. He's brought down around the 6-yard line. Not much there, maybe a yard, and so it'll be third down. Smith is in the shotgun. 3 receivers split out.
Green 88. Green 88. Yeah, 56. Let's go, guys. Come on.
They'll go with the run once again. Cuts back and he's dropped. Nowhere to go for the halfback. That's a loss of 1. This should be an easy field goal. This one is from 24 yards out. And it's good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. He kicks it off from his own goal line. They get him at the 26-yard line. They didn't look sharp on their last drive and were forced to punt it away. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Here's a handoff left side. He's dropped for a loss. Tried to find something, but there wasn't anything there for him.
Yeah, not anything at all. And as a running back, you're probably going back to the huddle going, guys, a little help, please?
Back to pass. Looking for a receiver. There for the reception. Tackled at the 41-yard line. He made the right read on that pass.
Nice play that time by the quarterback. You know, we talk about progressions and going from one receiver to the next, but this quarterback is doing a great job in the pre-snap read, knowing who the first guy will be and getting him the football.
They're going to pitch it. He's dropped at the 45, just about 3 yards there.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Man in motion. Stiff arms, and the defender still makes the tackle. Gain of 7. That'll bring up 3rd down. They'll come out in the I. Gains his way to the 36-yard line, and that will definitely be enough for the 1st down.
The defense just couldn't find him on that play. I don't know if they were surprised or what, but that back became a little ghostly. He disappeared.
On the ground, up the middle. And they get him at the 27-yard line. The offensive line really got a good push there, allowing the back to pick up 9 on the play. Still a lot of time left, but at the end of one, the score is 10-7. Here's the give. He gets to about the 14-yard line. They need to come up with a better game plan to stop this guy.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They can't keep giving up those big chunks of yardage like that. If they do, it's going to be awfully tough to stop this offense.
Fakes to the back. Rockets it out. Gets in for the touchdown. And so it's good for 6.
This quarterback has a tremendous understanding of what this defense is trying to do to him. He's simply moving defenders around with his eyes and finding the open guy. He is really playing beautiful football right now.
Lining up for the point after. And the point after is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick is away. Rossum fields it at the goal line. At the 30. Brought down at the 40. That return will set the offense up nicely.
It's just so easy to overlook the importance of good special teams. I can't tell you the difference between having to start drives around your own 20-yard line or inside that versus being out in the middle of the field. The confidence it gives your offense, the confidence it gives your play callers makes all the difference in the world.
A yard, maybe two, on the carry.
Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
Smith steps to the line of scrimmage. I formation behind him.
Luke 45. Come on, D.
They hand it off again. He's brought down around the 48-yard line. The ball carrier gives them 6 yards on the ground. Third down now, they'll need a couple of yards to convert for a first down. Brought down right around the 48-yard line. I'm not sure he would have had that if it wasn't for that extra effort.
Yeah, a little guts, a little determination on that one. Those are the type of conversions you have to make if you're going to win football games.
They'll go with the run once again. He's dropped at the 45. Gore gains about 5 yards on the run. Second down and 5. Ball on the 45. Smith is under center. They'll line up in single back.
Left call, left call. Keep your eyes open. Tiger.
Hands it off. He's brought down around the 41-yard line. Gore gets 3 yards on the carry. The offense facing another third down here as they line up. 2 tight end set.
Luke 45. Luke 45. You got close up. No, you're good.
He fakes it. And he goes down. That was an excellent play by the defensive end.
Man, that guy has a great jump off the ball. In the league now, we are seeing some of the best athletes in all of football playing the defensive end position, and if you can't get them blocked, you're going to have to start thinking about chipping them with a back or putting a tight end over there.
Gets it away cleanly. It'll go out at the 26. The offense is looking to build off the momentum from their previous drive, which resulted in a touchdown. Barber takes the give. He gets to about the 34-yard line. Barber gains around 8 yards on the run. It's 2nd and 2. Ball on the 34-yard line. The Cowboys come out in the ace formation. Barber gets the call again. And they get him at the 38. Barber does a great job to get free and pick up the first. Dallas lines up in the offset eye this time.
Roger. All right, here we go. Watch the ball. Big play, D. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Hey, watch this, man.
He fakes it. Dropped an easy one. Owens was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. They'll face 2nd down and 10.
Ringo.
Barber is the deep back as they line up in the eye.
Fargo.
Drops back to pass. He needs to get the pass off. They get to it, and that was a nice play to get in there for the sack.
The key to playing defense is getting good penetration. If you can make that quarterback move around sometimes, even if you don't get to him like they did on that play, you can still disrupt an offense.
Looks to pass. Strong throw. Makes a cut, and he will be hit and dropped. They complete the pass on 3rd and long, but they'll end up short of the marker.
You can see the confidence level of this defense. They know they can make open field tackles, and that's probably one of the great lost arts in the game. The ability to make the tackle in the open field and stop them short of the first down. Good play defensively there.
Goes into the end zone for a touchback. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. Gore, the ball carrier. Tackled at about the 23-yard line. Gore gets about 4 yards on the play. It's 2nd and 6 coming up. Dallas brings in the nickel here.
Here we go, New 45. New cut. Let's go, D.
He drops back to pass. Throws while on the run. What a play by the defender.
And the quarterback really caught a break on that one, that wasn't intercepted.
We've got a 3rd and 6. The 49ers come out in the shotgun. There are 3 receivers wide.
Green 88. Come on now.
Another run. He's brought down at the 24-yard line. And they can't get anything on the ground.
Big run stuff that time by the defense, bringing up 4th down. Tremendous play.
Lee punts it, and he really got a leg into this one. Newman takes it at the 32. He's dropped at about the 45-yard line. They gave up way too many yards on the return there, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, without a doubt. As part of the coverage team now, you've got to free yourself from that blocker as quickly as possible. And if you can't do that, you're going to give up some big returns.
They give it to the tailback. He didn't get back to the line. Tried the run, but there was nothing available.
And if you can make a running back hesitate just a little, that time you could see there really was no hole, and the running back was just fishing for a place to go.
Romo drops back to pass. He throws short. He's dropped in the open field. A nice-looking play that time.
Yeah, when you see the blitz, you have to understand your own protections, because if your protection is sliding away from the blitz, you have no choice but to get it out of there to the hot receiver.
Feeds it to the back. He's tackled right around the 34-yard line. They get 1 yard on the play.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
He'll get the call again. Brought down at the 30. So that's a gain of about 5, and that makes it 3rd down. 3rd down and 4 coming up on this one. Ball on the 30-yard line. Dallas comes to the line with 3 wide.
Here we go. That's our defense, baby. Watch the switch. Swim. Hey, 4 times.
He decides to run. And they get him around the 28-yard line. Got a couple, but will still be short of the mark.
Yeah, and for a minute it looked like he might slip out of there, but the defense got there, the pursuit was all over it, and they made a nice stop.
Set down, the kick is up. He's got it, and he put that one through nicely.
It's a pretty rare kicker that can kick a ball that far with that kind of accuracy. That was just a cannon shot.
He kicks it. Runs over tacklers. He's hammered at the 31. They couldn't do anything against this defense on their last drive, and they were forced to punt. Gore is the deep back as they line up in the I. He looks to throw on 1st down. Defense closing in. And it's knocked down. Battle was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete. They'll face 2nd down and 10. Smith is under center. 2 tight ends in the formation.
New 45. New 45. This way, ride the slab. Scatter. Let's go.
The halfback with the carry. He's tackled at the 38. Takes the handoff and responds with a 7-yard gain. Smith steps up to the line, 3 wide receivers. They hand it off again. He's brought down at about the 41. And it looks like he just barely got the first.
Yeah, it's almost like he knew exactly where that first down marker was and just got enough for the first down.
Gore gets the call again. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. He couldn't get anywhere on that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to admit defeat on a play as a running back and just try and get that thing back to the line of scrimmage.
Blue 45! Blue 45!
Drops back. Rifles this one out to the right. Not much room to throw into, and it's intercepted. To the 20.
Expect nothing less.
And that was the second time he's been picked off this half.
Well, we're going to find out how mentally tough this quarterback is, because when you get off to a shaky start like that, sometimes it's tough to piece everything back together again.
He drops back to pass. Scans the field. Brings it in. And he will lose yardage on the play. That's a 2-yard loss.
That play was really all about defensive pursuit. They saw the ball thrown. They got there quickly for a loss on the play.
Let's go get it, baby. Go make this run, baby.
Romo drops to throw. Passes to the end zone. Tipped pass. And he just managed to get a piece of it. Nice play by the defender.
And as a receiver, you really have to do a better job of coming back to the football at that point. You have to help the quarterback.
Witten moves in motion. Looks to pass. Goes through his read. In and out of his hands. And the pass was knocked away at the last minute.
Well, at the end of the game, you go back and you basically say what happened on third down, and you have a pretty good indication of how that game came out. Good play by the defense.
Set down. The kick is up and right down the middle. He put that one right through the upright. He kicks it. At the 30. He's hammered at the 33-yard line. It'll be interesting to see how this quarterback reacts after throwing an interception on his last drive. Smith steps to the line of scrimmage. He has 2 backs behind him. On play action. And they get to him. What can they do to put a stop to this guy getting to the quarterback?
Sack number 2 on the day now, and you can see his confidence growing. There comes a point in the game sometimes when you're playing against somebody that you just know you're better than that guy. And right now, the confidence is growing leaps and bounds.
Back to throw. The pass is away. And he can't hang on to it. He just got in there and knocked the ball loose.
Yeah, he'll be lucky if the ball is all he knocked loose with that hit. He may have lost a few teeth as well.
Dallas is protecting against the pass. They're in the dime.
Blue 45! Blue 45!
He drops back. Rifles it to the left. Henry bats it down. The defender gets a hand on it, and that will bring up 4th down.
I don't know if that's the guy I want to pick on third down when you have to have a conversion. He is tough.
Gets his leg into it, and he got a huge punt here. Newman fields it at the 27. Tackled at the 49-yard line. The last time they took the field, they were able to come away with 3 points. First down now and 10 to go. Single back formation. Barber gets it on the inside. Brought down at about the 47-yard line. Barber gains about a yard on the play. The Cowboys line up in an I formation.
Here we go. Let's go. Keep playing.
They hand it off. He's brought down at the 46-yard line. 2 yards pickup, and so it'll be third down. It's third down, 7 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line.
Here we go.
Romo hands it off straight ahead. And they get him right around the 32-yard line. And that was a nice job to pick up the first down.
Nothing makes a defensive coordinator cringe more than seeing that kind of run, because then it sets up the play action, and there's almost no way to stop an offense if you can't stop the run and you have to deal with play action.
Again with the carry. Brought down at the 33-yard line. Not much there. That brings up second down. So they'll face a 2nd and 10. Ball on the 33-yard line. They give it to the tailback. And he's hammered at the 27-yard line. A gain of 6 yards. That'll bring up third down. That brings up another third down attempt. Romo is in the shotgun. He has 3 receivers split out wide. Witten is the man in motion. He drops back to pass. Looks for a man open. The pass rush got him. They had a tough time picking up the linebacker on the blitz.
We're starting to see a lot of these kind of guys come in the league, those who specialize in rushing the passer. So you'll see the defensive coordinator move them around a lot up front so that you can't be specific on who's going to try and block these great pass rushers.
Kicks it away, and it's a huge punt. Out of the end zone for a touchback. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. San Francisco is going with the offset I backfield.
Let's go quick game, 44 press. 44 press.
Feeds it to the back. Tackled at the 25. They gain 5 yards there, and that will bring up second down. Second down and 5. Ball on the 25-yard line. Smith lines up in the shotgun. 4 wide receivers this time.
48. Come on, let's go. Come on, man, let's go. Friday. Hey, I ain't gonna
Smith back to pass. Tipped away. Bruce was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. Third down now, 5 to go. Ball on the 25. Out of the shotgun.
Blue 45. Hut. Tiger.
Drops back to pass. Dumps it out right. And it's caught. He's pushed out at the 24-yard line. The offense wasn't able to hold on to the ball long on that series.
Blah. That's what that offensive series was. Just blah. They got nothing going there.
Here's the kick. He got some distance on it. Newman fields it at the 34. And they get him at the 46-yard line. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. Romo back in the shotgun for this one. They'll throw on first down. He throws left. Goes out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Witten gains a couple with a short completion. That'll bring up second down.
All right, here we go. Kill. Come on, make a play.
He's looking to throw. He goes up high for the catch. That was a nice catch. He went up, leaving his body susceptible to the hit, but he came down with it and got a first down.
And there you see just a little bit of how tremendous these athletes are in the NFL. The ability to go up above the defense and make a play like that, that was fun to watch.
Romo looking to pass. Is there for the catch. He's brought down at the 31.
No question, one of the truly elite receivers in the game. Terrell Owens has skill sets that just set him apart. His size, his speed, and I think his speed is actually a little underrated because he's a bigger guy. He may not get started as quickly, but when you see him accelerate, when he goes from almost full speed to full speed, he goes by people.
Barber on the run. He fights forward to about the 30, and the halfback has nowhere to go. We've got 2nd and 9 here. The backfield is in the offset I formation. Romo drops to throw. Throws on the run. He makes a great open field tackle. What happened there, Chris?
Well, they got caught in man-to-man coverage on that play, and I couldn't tell if the defender slipped a little bit or not. Maybe he just got beat on the play.
They'll throw on first down. Makes the short throw. Makes the catch. Tackle around the 9-yard line. Witten gains 7 yards with the catch. That'll bring up 2nd down. The Cowboys come out with the offset I. Romo hasn't missed yet. To the end zone. What a catch! Touchdown! He's there again for the touchdown reception. That's his 2nd of the game.
And really no surprise, once you get into the red zone and you're trying to throw touchdown passes, the tight ends and those big bodies just able to make more plays in the red zone.
Here's the kick. Up and good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. And here's the kick. He'll return it from the 3. They can't bring him down. He's hammered at the 31. They'll go to work at the 31. 1st and 10. I'm guessing he'll throw this one as far as he can and hope for a miracle. First down, looking to throw. Comes down with it. He's tackled at the 48-yard line. And we've come to halftime here. Score is 27-10. He kicks it. Brought down at the 31. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Dallas sends a man in motion to the right. Romo back to pass. Throws it short, and it's completed. Excellent open field tackle. He just couldn't make anything happen after bringing that one in.
And that play is really all about the closing speed on defense. They'll let you have the completion, but then they close quickly and make the play.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback, and they get him at the 37, a gain of 3 yards.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
Drops back, guns it out. It's broken up, and the pass will fall incomplete. 4th down coming up.
And those are the kind of big 3rd down plays you have to have on defense to get the ball back and give your team a chance on offense.
The 49ers have everyone on the line. Looks like they're coming after this one. McBriar kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. He fields it at the 17. Tackled right around the 44-yard line. That was just an excellent punt return.
Man, he really showed off some skills there. The coverage team thought they had him all pinned in, but he's able to slip the tacklers, get it up the field. I bet they're over there thinking they're not kicking to this guy anymore. He certainly has the ability to make them pay.
They go with the run. He's brought down at midfield. Gore comes away with 5 yards on the carry. They line up at the 50. San Francisco lines up with 3 receivers, single back formation. Drops back. Short throw to the left. He's tackled at about the 47-yard line. The defense was in great position to stop that play short, bringing up a 3rd down situation.
And when I saw the quarterback drop back that time, I really thought they had something going, but they closed quickly and made a nice play defensively to bring up this 3rd down.
And they'll try and get the first through the air with the hard throw out to his left. Tackled at the 36-yard line. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
The 49ers line up with an offset eye backfield. Little handoff. And they get him around the 31-yard line. Gore picks up 5 yards with the carry. It's 2nd and 5 here. San Francisco is going with the offset eye backfield. Drops back to pass. He throws on the run. It'll be 1st and goal. A good play to the tight end that time.
And tight ends are so big that as coverage people, it's tough to figure out how to defend them. If you're on their left side, they throw it to the right side. If you're behind them, they throw it in front. Tight ends are tough to cover.
Hey, let him quit, fellas.
They're going to pitch it. He's hammered in the backfield. Looked for a seam, but he wasn't able to find anything.
And let's give credit to the defense. They had a great push there. They got in the backfield, took control of their own gaps.
Smith lines up under center. 3 receivers are split out wide. He drops back. He'll try the end zone. Touchdown, and they're not ready to quit just yet. And that was a nice connection for the score.
Just a great route that time. No way that he wasn't going to catch that football and score with that one. That was beautiful.
Up and good. And here's your drive summary for that last series. Kicks this one deep. Drilled at the 34-yard line. They had to punt it away on their previous drive. They'll get the ball here at the 34. 1st down, 10 to go. San Francisco comes out defensively with 6 defensive backs. Romo gives it up the middle. Brought down around the 45-yard line. That was an excellent run there to pick up the first.
Yes, sir. He really found a nice hole, was able to exploit it for a good gain. They're going to have to do a better job getting in those running lanes if they're going to stop him consistently.
Here's the give. He doesn't get back to the line. Big-time play by the defensive end.
Yeah, and we know defensive ends are probably some of the most athletic guys in the league, and typically you think about them getting after the quarterback, but that time he used his athleticism to make a big stop in the run.
He's looking to throw. He throws it. It falls incomplete. Glenn was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt. Out of the gun. Jones gets it on the inside. He's dropped around the 46-yard line. Got a couple, but will still be short of the mark.
Great play by the defense. You always hear coaches talking about whoever gets lower. Get your pad level lower than the offensive lineman. That time this defensive line did exactly that.
Here's the kick. He got some distance on it. Goes into the end zone for a touchback. Their last drive ended in a touchdown, and they take the field again, hoping for a similar result. San Francisco is going with the offset eye backfield.
Blue 45. Blue 45. Play your assignments, man. Omaha.
Sets up the play action. On the run, he throws it. He's brought down at the 37. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
Come on, lock him down.
Smith with the give. He lost yardage on the play. The offense had a tough time picking up all their blocks on that play.
You know, you can draw up any sort of protection scheme and blocking scheme that you want, but ultimately this game comes down to one big man against another big man, and that time the defense's big men, they won the battle.
Passes middle. And they get him right around the 46-yard line. That one worked just as they drew it up.
Good pass, good catch, I agree. Sometimes there's really nothing you can do as a defense to stop a well-executed pass play.
Blue 45. Let's go, baby. Watch the ball. Let's go.
Smith hands off. He's dropped at the 49-yard line. Gore picks up about 4 yards on the play. They line up at the 49. San Francisco is going with the offset eye backfield.
Hey, watch the screen. 48.
Throws off his back foot. Interception. He's tackled at the 44-yard line. Nice pick for the safety.
You could see the quarterback that time trying to look the safety off, but this safety is simply too smart. He was having none of it and jumped in front to make the interception.
Brought down around the 36-yard line. That's a gain of 8.
You know, one of the dangers of blitzing is that if you can break that first line of the defense, now you just don't have the pursuit in behind it to stop the run.
He'll get it again. He's brought down right around the 34-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. Romo steps to the line of scrimmage. Single set backfield this time. Feeds it to the back. He's dropped at the 31. Barber gives them a fresh set of downs on the 3-yard run. They line up in a one-back set. Hands it off. Brought down at the 22. And not to be outdone, the running back just topped the century mark.
This guy may not be the fastest guy in the field, but he's running like it. All day long, he's been putting on a show. No wonder he's over 100 yards.
Big play, D. Keep playing, fellas.
They're going to pitch it. He's brought down at the 18-yard line. Nice run there. It will be enough to move the chain.
Good gain that time on the toss play, and everybody says, well, why do you not do that more often? Why do you try and pound it up inside? Well, there is a certain amount of risk. You toss it out there and you get caught on some sort of a blitz, you can lose 7 or 8 yards, almost like a sack.
And this is play number 8 on this drive. Dallas comes out with an I formation. The Cowboys put a man in motion to the left. He drops back, gets it off. It just slips out of his hand. The intended receiver just got laid out.
Boy, that was a big hit. I'm not surprised at all he couldn't hold on to that one.
Jones lines up as the single back. Looking to throw. Throws while on the run. He leaps. It's caught. They finally get him, and it looked like he would score, but instead they'll set it up with 1st and goal. They'll set up inside the 5. Ball on the 5. And now we'll see who can get the bigger push.
Left smash. Here we go. Hey, don't lose your bite.
Romo hands it off. He's dropped around the 5-yard line. The running back gets about a yard, maybe less. 4 yards will get them in for the score. They come out in a goal line set. Makes a move and he's in. Touchdown. That was an impressive run for the score.
It is so nice in this league to have a running back that is that kind of a weapon down around the goal line. A lot of teams can really move it between the 20, but to have a power back that can stick it in from there, that is just great.
Extra point is good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. Kicks it off. He'll return it from the 3. He's hammered at the 29-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. Smith with 3 wide receivers. Davis comes in motion. And the defense has a heavy rush. At the 40. He's tackled around the 26-yard line. That pass is good for a 1st down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
The 49ers come out in the ace formation. Smith drops to throw. Dumps it out right. And he's knocked out right around the 20-yard line. He was lucky to get that one off. He was under a lot of pressure in the pocket.
Hey, no need to force it. He just took what the defense gave him there, found the open man, and picked up a few yards.
Play smart, Blue 45. Blue 45. Middle. Roger.
Here's the halfback. And they get him at the 20. Not maybe a couple of feet.
Nice call there by the defensive coordinator, coming with the outside linebacker blitz, which really put some pressure on this group up front.
Toby 13, come on. 48. Let's go, D.
Gives it off. Hit and dropped behind the line. Nice stop on that one.
Yeah, great defense at the point of attack, but also very impressive the pursuit to the ball. They were all coming there.
And it's good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Here's the kick. Taken at the 5. Dropped at the 31. The offense was able to come away with a touchdown on their last drive, led by their strong rushing attack. The Cowboys come out with the offset eye. Hands it off. And he made a great open field tackle. Barber gets 6 yards on the play. So second down now. The offense needs about 4 for the first. Looks to pass. Short pass to his left. Tackled at the 48-yard line.
There's just something magical about Tony Romo. There really is. When you talk to him, he has that smile on his face, and he looks like, oh, shucks, and I can't believe this is happening to me. But week in and week out, he makes huge plays in the ball game, and he is a tremendous leader.
Drops back on first down. Pass is complete. He's dropped at the 40, and a nice pass to the tight end.
So much of the game today revolves around those substitution packages, trying to bring extra defensive backs on the field to try and help against the pass. But when you have a big receiving tight end, that really makes that plan awfully tough to execute.
They'll keep it on the ground again. He's tackled at the 36-yard line. He picks up 4 yards on the carry. The Cowboys come out with 4 wide receivers, the quarterback in the shotgun. He drops back to pass. Short throw to the right. Great open field tackle. Gain of 4 on the pass.
Good patience that time by the quarterback, just checking down to the underneath route, giving his guy a chance to make a play.
Barber gets the ball. Tackled at the 29-yard line. It wasn't a big gain, but it got them enough to convert.
Yeah, the defense really played that one pretty well, but anytime you get in those short yardage situations, you can't allow that ball carrier to fall forward. If he does, typically you pick up the first down.
Here's the halfback. Brought down behind the line. It looked as if the offensive line just collapsed.
And it looked like this defensive line just beat him off the snap. Sometimes those guys can time out the quarterback's cadence, and if the quarterback doesn't start changing that snap count, his offensive line is going to really struggle.
Romo drops back. Gets the pass out. He's brought down around the 22-yard line. Looks like a gain of 9 on the pass play. That'll bring up third down. Offset I formation in the backfield. He fakes it. Still perfect on the drive.
You know, a couple of things that really impressed me about Tony Romo. One is his accuracy, and that's always underrated. But the second thing is his quick release. We went back and timed his release and compared it to some of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played the game, and his release is as fast, if not faster, than any of them.
Dallas trying to go up by 3 scores. Barber gets the call. And they get him just outside the goal line. Barber gets 6 yards on the carry. Second and goal now. Ball on the 2. They're crowding that line of scrimmage.
Stay right. Keep working. Let's go get it. Nice. Hey, let's go, baby.
He's dropped at the 1. Quarterback sneak gets them maybe a yard. The Cowboys line up in a goal line formation. Passes, end zone, and it'll be 4th down following the pass deflection.
Just terrific play by the defense. They followed the quarterback's eyes, made a quick jump on the ball, and were all over that one.
A year subscription to your favorite magazine.
It's good. Good kick that time as he puts it right through. The kick. At the 30. Dropped at the 33. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports.
Come on, D, let's go off the field now. Right.
They hand it off. They tackle him for a loss. No one picked up the linebacker, and it cost them.
And when your defensive line can handle their guys up front and not allow the offensive linemen to get down on the linebackers, it really gives those linebackers a chance to look great.
Hey, we gotta watch the ball, y'all.
He drops back to pass. He throws left. Pass completed. Johnson picks up about 4 yards with the catch. That'll bring up third down. That'll bring up third down with 8 yards to go. Dallas lines up with 5 defensive backs. He's looking to throw. Looks down the field. It's completed. What an open field tackle. And this receiver just loves it when the defense is in man coverage.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than when you're coming off the ball and you know it's just you and the guy across from you. That's just good old-fashioned football, but you also know typically when you get man coverage, your quarterback is under pressure.
On the ground with a tailback. What a hit at the 46-yard line. He was caught with nowhere to go.
This is a pretty good running back, and if you can hem him up like that, pretty impressive.
Come on, Blue 45. Blue 45. Don't give him a yard. Jam free.
Smith back to throw. There for the catch. He's tackled at the 46-yard line. They hook up for a pretty good gain on that one. Nice pass.
Yeah, good pass and good confidence by the quarterback there. He saw the opening. He knew there was a spot that he could get that in there, but you could see he had the confidence to let this receiver make a play, and that's really what pro football is all about.
You can tell these guys practice that play quite a bit.
Yeah, I can remember hearing stories about old-time players in the NFL that literally they could go out in the pitch black and make throws and catches without really even seeing the ball. That's the kind of timing we're seeing today.
Smith has completed every pass on this drive. And they got him. And that will be number 4 for the game.
Really impressive performance so far by this defense. And I thought coming in, they had a good chance to get pressure. I'm not sure I even anticipated this kind of pressure, though.
48. Reload. Watch the drop.
He drops back to pass. Throws on the run. He's brought down at the 30. Another positive game, and that gives him 100 yards receiving for the game.
And you know, it's not just a couple of routes that he runs well. That's what makes him so tough. He can run the good underneath routes, but he can also take you over the top as well, so you have to give him those little throws.
Third and short, and they'll throw for it. He throws on the run, and it's knocked loose. He got rocked on that one, and the ball popped right out of there.
Yeah, he got rocked, and the ball rolled. There was nothing left after that hit.
Looks to pass. Not much time to throw. With the pass. Andy has been his go-to guy on the drive. What an unbelievable 4th down conversion.
And if you want to know why this quarterback walks around with a little strut, that's exactly why right there. He can make plays like that.
Left call. Blue 45. Hey, Freddy. Turbo, Simba.
And they'll run him again. And he will lose yardage on the play. And they were not able to get much there.
And so many times you hear offensive coordinators criticized because they don't try to run the football enough. Well, when you get stuffed in the backfield like that, you understand why they would rather call the pass play.
Setting up play action. No completion. Davis was the intended receiver, but the pass fell incomplete. Gore lines up as the lone back. 3 receivers split out wide.
You've just won a free 42-inch HD TV.
Drops back. He throws it. Completed. He didn't get back to the line. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a 4th down. Smith set to go to the air. Surveys the field. And he caught it. They push him out of bounds, and now they have 1st and goal. They'll keep the drive alive with that great pass for a 1st down.
It is so hard to complete passes like that on 4th down because there's no mystery about what you're going to have to do, and especially in those long yardage situations, you have to execute perfectly, and that's exactly what they did.
Drops back to pass. Throws it short. Right through his hands. He almost had the pick. The defender got there in time to break that play up.
He did. He was able to get his hands on the ball, but if he had missed that one might have turned into a really big play.
Smith sends a man in motion. Drops back. Rolls right. He throws right. He gets in for 6. And so he caught the short pass for the score.
And there's no doubt the quarterback knows who his moneymaker is down here on the goal line. He loves that big tight end.
It's good. More than 9 minutes left here in the 4th quarter. And the score, the Cowboys 37, the 49ers 27. The kick. Jones from the 4. Dropped at the 33-yard line. And they take the field again, looking to capitalize on their previous drive, which resulted in a field goal. They line up in a one-back set. Toss. He's hammered in the backfield. The defense snuffs out that toss. Loss of 3 yards. A 2nd and 13 situation here. Ball on their own 30. Tosses it out. He's going to be tackled for a loss. Nothing doing. They stop him for a loss.
And I really like the discipline of this defense. You never see these guys trying to do too much. They control their gaps, and that time there was nowhere to go.
Fullback straight ahead. And they get him around the 32-yard line. A lot of coaches would have tried to get the first here.
Yeah, but you do gamble if you put the ball in the air in that situation. I think right now the coach is saying I have more faith in my defense to make some stops than my offense to convert that play.
McBriar punts it, and he kicked this one pretty well. Rossum fields it at the 24. He's tackled at the 40. That guy just showed off some pretty good skills on that return.
I thought for sure he was taking that one back to the house. You know, anytime you get a guy with that kind of skill level in the open field with a little room to run, good things are going to happen.
Here's the give. Tackled at the 45. Gore comes away with 5 yards on the carry. Single back formation. Back to throw. Throws a bullet. Makes the reception. And they get him at about the 35-yard line. The wideout has put on quite a display out there en route to a 100-yard performance.
And there really just isn't anything this receiver can't do. Just keep feeding him the football. I don't care what the coverage is. This is a guy that wants the ball in tough situations.
go. Left. Let's go, y'all. Let's go.
Looking to throw. He throws a bullet across the middle. He's tackled at the 22. And a big catch by the tight end.
And I can tell you this, there's nothing that defensive backs hate more than to have one of those big tight ends in the open field running right towards them.
Tennessee. That's all we got. Hey, come on. Play 3, man.
Again with the run. Hit and drop behind the line. Well, they wind up in reverse that time. Good push by the defense.
And when the defense gets that kind of penetration, it just disrupts everything for an offense. They have to get that guy blocked.
Drops back. Short pass. He's brought down at the 19. Bruce picks up about 4 yards with the catch. From the 19-yard line. 2 tight end formation this time. He drops back to pass. Passes. He catches another. They finally bring him down, and it's 1st and goal. Oh boy, that's a nice play on.
Clutch play by the receiver that time on 3rd down. As a receiver, you really have to just flat out want the ball in that situation. You can tell that this guy really does.
Fullback straight ahead. And he scores. What a play.
Well, there certainly was no mystery to that play. Just power offense against power defense, and the offense won the battle there.
And this will make it a 3-point game. The snap, set down, the kick is up. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Jones fields it at the 1. At the 30. And he's drilled. What a hit. They could do nothing against this defense on their previous drive. They come out in the nickel. On the ground with a tailback. And they get him at the 38. So a pickup of maybe 3. That'll bring up 2nd down. From their own 38-yard line. The 49ers line up with a nickelback. He fakes it. Makes the grab. Brought down at the 47-yard line. How about that pass?
There's really no better feeling as an offense, especially for the quarterback position, than to take advantage when the defense is trying to blitz you. They're trying to make you nervous, and you just made them pay.
Barber gets the ball. He's dropped at about the 37-yard line. 8-yard gain. That brings up 2nd down. 2 yards away here on 2nd down. Romo is in the gun. 3 wide formation. Drops back. Passes it out. Harris bats it away. And the defender breaks up the play.
Just great position that time on the defensive side. The receiver really never had a chance on that one.
San Francisco lines up in a dime defense here. On play action. Brings this one in. He's brought down at the 38. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up 4th. It's 4th down. The Cowboys ready to punt this one away. Rossum will be the return man. Gets his leg into it, and he got a huge punt here. Out of the end zone for a touchback. The team sends its offense back onto the field and look to make it 3 scoring drives in a row. Man in motion. Gets the throw away. This one won't find a target. The receiver can't quite make the grab, just out of his reach.
And sometimes it's up to the receiver to give his quarterback a little more separation so he doesn't have to be quite as careful with the football.
Blue 45! Blue 45! Let's go!
They'll give it off here. Brought down at the 20-yard line. They got little there, and so it'll be 3rd down. Passing situation for the offense here on 3rd and long.
Here we go, team! Let's go! 48! 48!
Looking to throw. Looks for a man open. Hits him square in the hands, but he fails to bring it in. They fail to convert, and you've got to think they'll have to go for it this late in the game.
Yeah, that was not what they were looking for on those first 3 downs, and now the pressure really comes to bear on 4th down.
Punts it. Newman fields it at the 38. He's dropped at about the 41. I'm sure they would have liked to have gotten a little better return out of him there.
No question about it. He needs a little more help out of his blockers than he got right there. This is a dangerous guy, and if he can get in some open space, he can create some problems for you, but just no space to be found there.
Fullback on the inside give. He took a shot at the 44-yard line. They get 2 yards, and that will bring up 2nd down. 2nd and 8. Ball on their own 44. The 49ers line up with a nickelback. Dumps it out left. Tackled right around the 48-yard line. Pretty risky throw that time, but it worked, so you won't see many complaints.
Probably the most dangerous throw in football right there. Anytime you see the quarterback throwing across his body like that, back into coverage, when it works, you go, boy, that looks pretty and that's easy to do, and you're always tempted to do it. But how many times have we seen a ball like that picked off?
He's brought down at about the 41, and that should just about do it.
That was a big-time clutch run right there to try and seal this game up. It looks like all they're going to have to do now is just sit on the ball.
Barber gets the carry right side, and they get him at the 38. Barber gains about 4 yards on the play. 2nd and 6. The Cowboys come out with the offset eye. He needs to get the pass off. He's tackled at the 31. It's complete for about 7 yards and a 1st down.
Nice job by the quarterback in that situation. He saw the blitz coming, simply got the football out of there, and picked up the 1st down.
Brought down at the 28-yard line. The fullback picks up about 3 yards on that carry. From the 28-yard line, the Cowboys line up with an offset eye backfield. Setting up play action, and the defense has a heavy rush. And they get him at the 18-yard line. A big gain for the quarterback.
Who says quarterbacks aren't athletes? He looked pretty good on that play. Nice job, found the hole, got upfield, got down without getting injured. Good play.
They'll give it off here. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. The offensive line didn't get much of a push on that play, and the runner was stuffed.
Well, that's what happens when defensively you get every gap covered. There is simply nowhere to go with the football. No chance for the running back that time.
They take a knee. So another third down upcoming for the offense. The backfield is in the offset I formation.
Let's get it. Hey, we gotta rush the ball, y'all. All right.
And this has been a good one. Our final score is the Cowboys 37, the 49ers 34.
And we're here at Giant Stadium, where close to 77,000 are in attendance for our upcoming game between Dallas and New York. Now we'll go to Tom Hammond and Chris Collinsworth for the opening kickoff. Tom?
Well, the weather will be perfect for today's game. Tom Hammond here. Beside me, as always, Chris Collinsworth. We've got two rival teams looking to go at it, Chris.
I tell you, this should be a good one. The fans are excited. The coaches are excited. Heck, I'm excited.
They get him at the 28-yard line. You always want to have a successful first drive. It really sets the tone for the whole game offensively. Let's see how they do here. New York brings in their nickel package. They hand it off. He's dropped for a loss. The defense got the job done on that play.
Really impressive play that time by this defensive line. It wasn't just one guy, but every guy up front just dominating their guy at the point of attack.
And they'll run him again. Tackled around the 32-yard line. A gain of around 7 for the back. 3rd down and 7. Ball on the 32. Nickel package on defense. Play action. Strong throw to his left. The hit came just as he got the ball away.
And this quarterback's a pretty tough guy, but when you see those big guys running at you, it makes all the difference in the world.
Gets his leg into it, and he got a huge punt here. McQuarters takes it at the 25. Brought down right around the 40-yard line. It looked for a moment that he might take that one all the way back.
Boy, that was a close one for the coverage team. They were able to wrap him up before he broke it open, but he is on the brink. This coverage team's going to have to start playing with a little more intensity, a little more heart, or they're going to give up a big one.
And they get him at the 44-yard line. And the halfback toss gets maybe 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Come on, make a play. Blue 45. Watch the ball. Let's go, we're up. Right.
Manning drops to throw. He throws left. He's dropped around the 44-yard line. They keep the chains moving by running the halfback screen.
Yeah, and in this league, it's really up to those defensive linemen to recognize screen. They were late getting there. Nice pickup by the halfback.
Feeds it to the back. Tackled around the 43-yard line. Jacobs gets about a yard on the play. From the 43-yard line. The Giants go with the I formation.
Regular. Come on, y'all, watch those quick.
On play action. Pass is off target. Toomer was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. It's third down now, 9 to go. Nickel back in this time. He drops back to pass. Fires it out. Catch is made. He's tackled around the 28-yard line. He ran a clean route, and the quarterback got it to him with a good pass, first down.
And you can tell there's a lot of confidence between these two guys. The quarterback has faith in these tough situations to go to that receiver and make big plays.
Manning looking to throw. Here's the throw. It's incomplete. It looked like he tried to drag his feet as he was going out, but he couldn't get him down.
You know, and sometimes that happens. The quarterback put it in a spot where only he could catch it. The problem was the ball was just a little off target.
Blue 45! Blue 45! Keep playing, fellas. Come on, D!
Looks to pass. Makes the throw out to his left. Brought down at the 11. Good pickup by the receiver.
And we've always talked about this receiver's big play ability. He may not be the fastest guy in the league, but you can tell he wants the ball in his hands in big situations.
They hand it off again. And he makes it out to about the 11-yard line. A pickup of less than a yard.
Little linebacker blitzed on that one, and you could see that the quarterback just didn't see it in time to audible out of that play. And let's give credit to the defense. They won that battle.
Over tough, 2 straight.
Manning calls for motion left. Rifles this one out to the left. Picked off. Great catch by the linebacker. Not a smart throw from the quarterback.
You know, it's hard to believe that you can lose a guy that big, but sometimes those linebackers dropping underneath in coverage, quarterbacks just don't see him, and he threw it right to him.
First and 10. Romo lines up under center. He has 2 tight ends. Barber gets the ball. He's dropped around the 13-yard line. That's a gain of 5. That'll bring up second down. Second and 5. Ball on their own 13. Romo is in the shotgun. He has 3 receivers split out wide. Back to pass. Gets the throw off. He's brought down at the 24-yard line. The defense just didn't match up well on that play.
Yeah, tough to match up one-on-one in man coverage against that wide receiver. He's pretty good.
Barber lines up as the deep back, I formation. Hand off to the left. And they get him at the 27-yard line. Barber gets 3 yards on the play. Second and 7 coming up here. Ball on the 27. Barber, the lone back. Setting up play action. And he catches it. He's dropped at the 45. That pass is good for a first down.
And he had some zip on that one, didn't he? He reared back and threw that one about as hard as he could.
Romo is in the gun. 3 receivers wide this time. They'll throw on first down. With the catch. What a hit. I don't think he even saw that guy. And they pick up the first down with a pass to the tight end.
If you're going to try and stop a tight end from catching those types of balls, you have to get physical with him at the line of scrimmage. If you give him free releases, he's going to wear you out.
Looking to throw. Scans the field. Oh, and he dropped it. Creighton was the intended receiver, and he can't bring it in. The backfield is in the offset I formation, and they use motion. Tosses it out. And he's knocked out at the 33. Good call there as the halfback turned the toss into a 9-yard gain. The Cowboys go with the I formation. Short throw to the right. And they get him about the 27-yard line. Great job to haul in that first down pass.
This team is just so good at executing those short, quick passes and picking up first downs and keeping drives alive.
He gets another carry. He's dropped at the 26-yard line. That's a 2-yard gain.
And that's why you send all those guys to plug up the holes, and that time there were no holes, really, and he was lucky to get anything on the play.
Romo dropping back. Short throw to the left. He's brought down at the 20. Short pattern results in a completion for the offense.
You know, that's not one of those plays that's a huge gain by any means, but that's really the essence of an offensive game plan. You have to start hitting some of those short intermediate routes, and that begins to open everything else up.
Dropped behind the line. Cornerback did a nice job recognizing the play and getting in there for the stop.
For me, there's nothing more impressive in football than to see a cover cornerback able to come up and make the stops on the run. That's a complete football player.
The snap, set down, the kick is up. The coaching staff won't be very happy after that miss. They brought him in for the specific purpose of making those kinds of kicks, and a few more of those misses, he might want to start looking to pack up his house because he might just be out of a job. And the score remains the Cowboys nothing, the Giants nothing. The defense has him surrounded. Henry bats it down. Shockey was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. They line up at the 28. The Giants line up in an I formation.
Let's go. 48. Roger. Hey, let's go.
On the ground with a tailback. Tackled at the 31. A pickup of about 3.
Not very often in a game does a defender get a clean shot like that on a running back. Typically, the running back didn't see it coming to take that kind of a shot.
He drops back. He needs to get rid of it. The pass rush gets there, and he's down. And chalk one up for the defense on that play.
The best time to blitz is when the other team is trying to work the ball down the field. Your quarterback's going to have to hold the ball a few seconds. Not enough time there. You can't try and go down the field consistently against this defense. They're going to come get you.
Gets the punt away. Newman fields it at the 37. Brought down at the 40. He really didn't have any room to work on that punt return.
No question about it. He needs a little more help out of his blockers than he got right there. This is a dangerous guy, and if he can get in some open space, he can create some problems for you, but just no space to be found there.
The halfback with the carry. Brought down behind the line. He lost some valuable yardage on that run.
And typically you can tell if a counter is going to work or not based on whether those offensive linemen are able to turn the corner and start going up the field. If the penetration hits those guys in the backfield, very seldom will the counter work.
Back to throw. On the run, he throws it, and the defender intercepts it. Nice pick with the safety.
You could see the quarterback that time trying to look the safety off, but this safety is simply too smart. He was having none of it and jumped in front to make the interception.
He didn't get back to the line. That started off poorly and only got worse.
And you could see the running back there just saying, where are my guys? Where's my blocking? What's going on out here? Just need a little help from your friends.
Manning will look to pass. Rifles it out there. He's tackled around the 35-yard line. Good job locating the gaps in the coverage on that play.
You know, that's the kind of pass pattern I used to always love to run, because if the defense is even a little bit lax in their coverage, it's pretty easy to get that one in there.
Drops back, throws while on the run. And they get him at the 22. They just couldn't get to the quarterback in time.
It's one of the dangers. You bring those extra defenders trying to get after the quarterback, and you're going to leave some man coverage on the outside. That time the quarterback able to take advantage.
They'll work the right side. And he makes it out to about the 21-yard line. So at the most, he gains a few inches. That brings up second down. Manning is lined up under center. Single back formation this time. They hand it off. Brought down at the 21-yard line. The running back gets about a yard, maybe less. That brings up another third down attempt. Lines up with 4 wide.
Left 21, 48, 48. Come on, play it. Let's go get it, baby. Swim.
Give to the tailback. He's brought down at the 19-yard line. Got a couple, but will still be short of the marker.
Yeah, and for a minute it looked like he might slip out of there, but the defense got there. The pursuit was all over it, and they made a nice stop.
The snap, set down, the kick is up. And here's your drive summary for that last series. Kicks it off. Taken at the 5. Brought down at the 31. The quarterback leads his offense back onto the field after turning it over on their last drive.
Watch the switch.
Romo is lined up under center. Only one in the backfield this time.
Come on, D, let's get off the field now. Turn over, D. Hey, watch the screen. Move up.
He fights forward to about the 33. Maybe got a couple of yards, but that's about it.
Nice call there by the defensive coordinator, coming with the outside linebacker blitz, which really put some pressure on this group up front.
Give to the tailback. The defender gets him to the ground. Barber gains around 2 yards there on the misdirection run.
And they really ran right into the blitz. That's a time that a veteran quarterback should have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. You could see the blitz coming. He didn't audible and only came away with a short gain.
Looking to throw. Gets the pass away. He took a shot at the 46-yard line. Pretty good gain right there.
You have so many people on this offense that you have to account for. The tight ends, the wide receivers, the running backs, even the quarterbacks. And now they're throwing to the fullback. That's almost not fair.
First down, looking to throw. Tight coverage, and it's picked off. To the 20, to the 10. Into the end zone for a touchdown. And just like that, they make it a two-possession game.
What a tremendous return that was, and even better, now you have a little breathing room when you look up at that scoreboard.
And here's the extra point. It's good. And here's the kick. Jones fields it at the 3. Brought down at the 33-yard line. Quarterback threw a pick on their last drive. Let's see if he's able to shake it off. The offense will take over at the 33. It's 1st and 10. Here's the halfback. He's going to be tackled for a loss. That was a big-time play by a big-time athlete.
If you want to be considered one of the top cornerbacks in the National Football League, everybody has to be able to cover. But the top guys can not only cover, but come up and make big hits like that. Tremendous play.
Little handoff. He's tackled right around the 36-yard line. Barber picks up 5 yards with the carry. Romo is under center. They'll come out in the single back formation. Nice play fake. And he's out of bounds, incomplete. Owens was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt.
4th down.
The Cowboys are lining up to punt it away. New York is lined up. They look like they're sending the house after this punt. He gets it away. McQuarters takes it at the 23. And they get him at the 35. They gave up way too many yards on the return there, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, without a doubt. As part of the coverage team now, you've got to free yourself from that blocker as quickly as possible. And if you can't do that, you're going to give up some big returns.
Jacobs left side. Tackled at the 36-yard line. Got maybe a couple of feet.
And Tom, that was because the defense filled up all the gaps. The back was looking for somewhere to run, but by bringing the run blitz, they took away all the holes and stopped them for a minimal gain.
He's sacked. I have to say they're going to have to protect the quarterback a little better than this, or it's going to be a long game for him.
You got to be kidding me. You can't keep letting your big money quarterback get hit like that. He's going to be out of the game. That's one of those situations the quarterback gets back in the huddle and he starts looking around at the guys like, you want to earn your paycheck today?
Looks for a man open. He's there for the catch. He's tackled around the 43-yard line. Still not quite enough, however. They'll still be facing 4th down. Still a lot of time left, but at the end of one, our score, the Giants 10, the Cowboys nothing. The Giants are lining up to punt it away. Newman is back deep to return the punt. He didn't get all of that one. It'll go out at the 36. They didn't look sharp on their last drive and were forced to punt it away. And he's hammered at the 40. They get 3 yards on the play.
Well, that was the perfect time for them to call a blitz. They got in there, filled up all the gaps, brought down the running back for a short gain.
Romo set to go to the air. He's under pressure. There for the reception. Brought down at the 49-yard line. That was a good-looking throw.
Yeah, great throw, but maybe even a better read. He understood by watching what the defense did after the snap of the football exactly where to go with that ball.
Drops back to pass. Looking for a receiver. He makes another catch. To the 20. They'll score. Touchdown. He just laid it out there beautifully for his receiver to pull it in.
That's the kind of pitch and catch you just love to see in the NFL. And the difference is these quarterbacks' abilities to zip it into little tight spaces, and these receivers don't miss.
To draw within a field goal. The kick is up. Extra point is good. Here's a quick look at the drive summary. Kicks it off. He can't bring him down. Their last drive ended with a 3 and out. They'll go to work at the 30. First down now and 10 to go. Setting up play action. Brings it in. He's brought down at the 49-yard line. The defense was looking run, and they threw it for a big gain.
Well, when you have a talented running back like this, you always have to account for him. That time, a nice play action pass opened it up down the field.
It's 1st and 10. Jacobs alone back.
Let's go. Touch. Luke, 40 touch. Come on. Hey, let's go. Yo. Loco White. Come on, lock him down.
Drops back to pass. Guns it left. And they get him around the 40-yard line. And you won't see the coaching staff complaining about that.
Yeah, coaching staffs generally don't complain about too much when they have a quarterback that has the leadership qualities and the arm strength and the ability that this guy has.
Let's go, baby. Get the ball out. Let's get it.
He drops back. Short pass to his left. Brought down at the 31. Not too bad a pass there.
Not too bad at all. And sometimes those little touch throws are actually more difficult than the bullet passes. Kind of hard to come up with the timing to hit the receiver right in stride, but that was well thrown.
Scans the field. Out of bounds, incomplete. He caught that one out of bounds.
Well, you could see the receiver doing all he could to keep his feet in bounds, but that pass just let him out of bounds.
Manning lines up in the gun. He has 3 receivers in the formation.
Luke 45. Tiger.
Drops back. Surveys the field. Has time. And it's caught. He's pushed out at the 15. That one worked pretty well.
It sure did, and I wish all our fans could see what's happening down the field on all our television broadcasts, because so much of the game now is won and lost in the secondary.
Looks to pass. Goes for the end zone. Batted away. And it's batted away at the last minute by the defender.
Just when it looked like the quarterback might sneak that one in there, a late pass defense and a good play.
Looking to throw. Rockets it. Is there for the catch. Touchdown. And that one worked just like they drew it up.
You have to be careful with this offense not to pay too much attention to those great receivers on the outside. Sometimes those tight ends can really be a problem. Boy, did that pay off big.
Kick is up. Extra point is good. And now we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. Here's the kick. Jones fields it at the 2. Brought down at the 28-yard line. If the offense can air it out as effectively as they did on their last drive, it's going to be a long day for everyone on that defense.
Come on, let's go. Team's right. Here we go. Let's go, man. Let's go. Alert run, alert run, alert run. Here we go.
Fakes the run. They get to him. What happened to the protection on this one, Chris?
Well, it's becoming pretty obvious at this point that they're having trouble blocking this defensive line. Now you really don't have a choice. You have to go to more 3- and 5-step drops, get that ball out of there quickly.
They give it to the tailback. He's dropped around the 28-yard line. Barber gains about 4 yards on the play. From the gun.
Let's go. Play. Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
Looks to pass. He needs to get the pass off. He cuts back the other way. Great time to call the screen pass.
I always think it's kind of funny to watch those defensive linemen when the screen pass sails over their head and they turn and they look and they know they've just been had.
Watch the run now, watch the run. Let's go right.
Fakes the run. Throws off his back foot. It's tipped away. The pass was deflected and swatted away by the defender.
I think the quarterback may have had to throw that ball a little sooner than he wanted to. The pressure was starting to get there.
Overwatch, red man. All right, here we go. 180. Hey, a wide, watch the run. Watch the run. Big play, B. Go.
He gets another carry. Tackled at the 41-yard line. Barber gains around 3 yards on the run.
Yeah, we see that screen.
3 wide receivers on the field, the quarterback in the shotgun.
180. One's a hard count.
Looking to throw. Makes the catch. He's tackled around the 47-yard line. That completion was almost enough for the first.
Yeah, but he just couldn't get it past the marker. Pretty good looking play that time. Able to get it close to the first down, which brings up a good 4th down decision. I think they'll go for it here.
McBriar will punt it, and he absolutely boomed it. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. The offense lines up and is looking to score again after a successful trip to the end zone on their last drive. New York comes out with 3 receivers in the shotgun. Manning drops back to pass. Gets the pass away. And they get him at the 36-yard line. Nice little pitch and catch with the wideout.
Patience for a wide receiver is just so key. He's able to manipulate that defense, set him up one play, come back with the exact same look, and break off of it the next. Beautifully run.
Throws on the run. Falls incomplete. Wide receiver is unable to make the grab. The pass was too far out of his reach.
And that's one of those that the wideout goes back to the huddle thinking, he stinks. This guy's terrible. Then as soon as he sees his quarterback, he says, don't worry about it. We'll get it next time.
Wait for it. Here we go. Get off, baby, get off.
Drops back to pass. Looks for a man open. And he should have had that one. Shockey was the intended receiver on the play, and it falls incomplete.
3rd down.
They'll come out in the shotgun.
Let's get off this field. Blue 45. Scatter. Come on, go. We got to play.
Throws short. He's dropped at the 46-yard line. A decent gain there on that pass.
Yeah, a little timing route there, and you really have to have faith as a quarterback to get that ball out of your hand quickly if you're going to play with that kind of touch on the ball.
Throws it. It's picked. He's brought down at about the 47-yard line. Well, he looked like he was in the right place at the right time.
Unless you're the quarterback, then he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The Cowboys go with the I formation. Drops back to pass. Throws it short. Brought down at the 44-yard line. A gain of 9 yards on the play. That'll bring up second down. One man in the backfield. Looks to pass. Defense closing in. Cuts back and he's dropped. Nice job getting that pass out of there, and he picks up the first down.
Yeah, smart play call that time by the offense. He could tell by the pre-snap read that short throw was going to be there, and he took advantage.
The halfback with the carry. Gains his way to the 26-yard line. This running back just showed off some nice ability there.
Yeah, the offensive line did their job. They created enough of a seam to get him up into the secondary, and then he was able to explode from there.
They keep it on the ground with the tailback. Tackled at the 24-yard line. Barber picks up 2 yards with the carry. It's second down and 8 to go. Ball on the 24. The backfield is in the offset I formation. He's looking to throw. Screen pass. And they get him at the 15. The screen pass gives them a new set of downs.
When you get a halfback that gets in the open field with that kind of space, it is just so difficult to try and stop the screen. The offensive line got out in front. That was nice.
They'll throw on first down. Short throw to the right. It's intercepted. Gets in for the touchdown. What an interception for this defense.
You know, it's bad enough offensively to throw an interception, but you can't let the guy run down the field for a touchdown. You have to turn into a defensive player at that point. They did not make that transition.
They'll look to tack on the extra point. And the point after is good. Here's the kick. He'll return it from the 3. He's hammered at the 33. The quarterback and his receiver were clearly not on the same page last time, and it led to an interception. The Cowboys come out with the offset I. First down, looking to throw. He couldn't hang on to it. What a play by the defender.
And the quarterback really caught a break on that one, that wasn't intercepted.
The Cowboys come out showing 3 wide.
All right, here we go.
Dallas sends a man in motion to the right.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Come on.
Barber on the run. He's brought down at about the 35-yard line. 3-yard gain by the running back. Third down now, they'll need 7 to convert. Ball on the 36-yard line. He drops back to pass. He throws on the run. And the pass falls incomplete. And the pass will fall incomplete. Fourth down coming up.
And those are the kind of big third down plays you have to have on defense to get the ball back and give your team a chance on offense.
McBriar kicks it, and man, did he get a leg into this one. McQuarters takes it at the 23. They really did a good job keeping him contained on that one.
Boy, he hardly had any room to do anything there. They've got to come up with a better scheme or some better blockers or something. This guy's a good punt returner. He's just not getting any help at all from his teammates.
Drops back on first down. Gets the pass off. And he's knocked out right around the 42-yard line. Good yardage that time on the pass.
And how'd you like that throw by the quarterback? A little touch, a little lob in over the top, like an alley-oop in basketball.
First down, looking to throw. He throws right. Comes down with it. Knocked out of bounds around the 45-yard line. Smith picks up 2 yards with that grab. That'll bring up second down. Short pass to his left. And he's out at the 48-yard line. Shockey grabs that one for a gain of 3 on the play. So that'll make it third down. He fakes it, looking for an open man. Stiff arms, and he's brought down. The tight end came up with a nice catch that time.
Pretty athletic play for a big guy. I tell you, as a quarterback, you see somebody make a play like that, you want to come back again and again.
They line up at the 27. New York goes with the ace set here. Man in motion. He throws it. James gets his hand on it, and he just managed to get a piece of it. Nice play by the defender.
And as a receiver, you really have to do a better job of coming back to the football at that point. You have to help the quarterback.
Blue 45! Blue 45!
Drops back to pass. Scans the field. And it's completed. And he dropped him in the open field. He gunned that one in there for the first down, didn't he?
He really did. And when you watch a guy throw a ball that hard, they don't move their arm any faster. You see him driving off that back leg. That was a pretty pass.
Little handoff. He doesn't get back to the line. He couldn't get anywhere on that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to admit defeat on a play as a running back and just try and get that thing back to the line of scrimmage.
Surveys the field. It's incomplete. The receiver was out of bounds when he made the catch.
Not a perfectly timed throw that time. Held on to it just a little too long and led the receiver out of bounds.
They line up in the shotgun.
Blue 45! Let's go! Let's get off!
Looks to pass. Looking for a receiver. A great one-handed grab. He's brought down around the 11-yard line. Despite the great effort, it will still bring up fourth. And it's good. Pretty good kick that time, and he drives it home for 3 points. Nice job. The kick. It's fielded at the 2. He's hammered at the 22-yard line. So as the offense heads back onto the field, we'll take this time to remind you that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. Witten motions to the left side. Drops back on first down. Rockets it out. He's tackled at the 34-yard line.
You know, a couple of things that really impressed me about Tony Romo. One is his accuracy, and that's always underrated. But the second thing is his quick release. We went back and timed his release and compared it to some of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played the game. And his release is as fast, if not faster, than any of them.
Nothing wrong with that pass. That goes for a good game.
You know, and when you talk to some of these receivers, they say the real strength of this quarterback is that he throws a very, very catchable ball.
He drops back to pass. Dumps it out left. He got depleted. Nice heads-up play by the quarterback.
I agree. I like the way he stepped up and delivered that throw. He just simply is taking what the defense is giving him.
They line up in the shotgun.
Let's go. Hey, what? 180. 180. Watch the fake. Watch the fake. Yeah. Hey, watch the flag.
On the run, he throws it. Tipped pass. An excellent job by the defense of disrupting that last play.
And that was really on the wide receiver. Not much of a route, very little separation, and gave the defense a chance to make that play.
Drops back. Looks down the field. And he's out around the 47-yard line. Gain of 7 through the air on that play.
Good play design there. Very solid protection. Gave the quarterback time to examine the whole field until he finally found the open man.
The Cowboys come out in a single back formation. Sacked. That was an unbelievable play to get the sack.
Phew, he might need a few minutes to clear the cobwebs out of his head after that one. That's the kind you go back into the huddle and you call a running play next just so you can get your head straight.
McBriar to punt. He gets it away. This one's going to go out of bounds at the 29. They had to settle for a field goal on their last drive. They take the field again, looking to put up another score. Manning is under center. 3 receivers split out.
Middle. Here we go. Let's keep him down here. Let's get some energy. Let's go.
Manning looking to throw on first down. Throws into coverage, and it's intercepted. To the 20, to the 10. He's in for the score. And that was the worst possible place to throw that ball.
Yeah, especially because that guy was playing defense, and that guy not only will pick you off, but he'll put points on the board. What a play.
Here's the point after. It's good.
Come with a little trick play.
He gets his leg into this one. Dropped at the 22. On his last drive, the quarterback completed a pass, but to the other team. Throwing another one could be disastrous to this offense. Drops back. Not much time to throw. Nearly picked off. He should have had that one. The defender got there in time to break that play up.
He did. He was able to get his hands on the ball, but if he had missed that one might have turned into a really big play.
Blue 45. Blue 45. Somebody make a play. I'm just sitting there. Come on, D, let's get off the field now.
Drops back to pass. Throws it. And the back has some running room. Just a short, efficient throw that time.
Yeah, a true sign of patience on the offensive side. You let the play develop. You find the open receiver. Maybe he takes a look down the field. It's not there. Just go ahead and take that safe throw.
And they get him there for the sack. That was an excellent play by the defensive end.
Man, that guy has a great jump off the ball. In the league now, we are seeing some of the best athletes in all of football playing the defensive end position, and if you can't get them blocked, you're going to have to start thinking about chipping them with a back or putting a tight end over there.
And that was a nice little punt return there.
Wow, I thought he was gone for a second. They did a good job getting to him, at least preventing the touchdown. Of course, they wouldn't have to chase him down like that if they'd have done a better job covering the punt.
Looks to pass. He wasn't set when he threw. Brought down at the 36-yard line.
There's just something magical about Tony Romo. There really is. When you talk to him, he has that smile on his face, and he looks like, oh, shucks, and I can't believe this is happening to me. But week in and week out, he makes huge plays in the ball game, and he is a tremendous leader.
Calls the play at the line. Romo calls for motion right. Drops back on first down. He needs to get the pass off. Hit him in the hands, but he can't hang on. Oh my, the quarterback is lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
Yeah, you try and fit some of those into some tight holes, and every once in a while, you're going to get one pick, but that was a pretty good play by the defense.
Drops back to pass. Right through his hands, he almost had the pick. Glenn was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt. From the 25-yard line. The defense is in the dime. Looks to pass. Rifles it left. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. Romo is under center. Offense lines up in an I. They're changing the play. The Cowboys will take their last timeout. First and goal, and the offense needs a touchdown to get back into this game.
The field goal attempt.
Solid kick that time, and he puts it right through the uprights, converting for the field goal. Great kick here. He'll return it from the 1. Drilled at the 25. They'll set up shop at the 25. New York comes out with 2 tight ends. They'll give it off here. He gets out to about the 28-yard line. And as we head to halftime, the score is 27-17. He kicks it. Hickson from the 2. He's tackled at the 22-yard line. So before the offense hits the field, let's take the time to let you know that our game is brought to you by EA Sports. Out of the gun.
345! 345! Watch the ball, watch the ball. Hey, let's go.
Back to pass. Flips it out short. He's tackled around the 29-yard line. Pretty good read on that play to find the open man.
And that's an area where he excels. He works his way through his progressions quickly and doesn't hesitate when he sees the receiver break free in coverage.
Let's go get it.
Back to throw. Passes to his left. Interception. He's down the sideline. At some point, do you think about putting the backup in there?
Well, either that or think about trading for some of these defensive backs and making them wide receivers, because this quarterback's had no problem hitting them all day.
They line up at the 30. 2 tight end formation this time. Romo sends a man in motion. He drops back to pass. And he's dragged down for the sack. That was a really nasty shot he just took.
Ouch, I know that one hurt. And the worst part is that the guys in the offensive huddle are now just looking at their quarterback, seeing if he can call another play, and all the guys on the defense are watching that one on the big screen again.
He drops back. Strong throw to his right. Can't hang on. Owens was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. They line up at the 35. New York comes out defensively with 6 defensive backs. Looking to throw. He throws left. He's dropped at the 26-yard line. Nice pass, but not enough for the first. That'll bring up 4th down.
Pretty nice play that time. They picked up some good yardage, but they lost the battle on 1st and 2nd down and left themselves in 3rd and long. Just too much to overcome.
Here's the kick. Right down the middle. What an excellent kick.
I don't know about you, but I was getting ready to question the coach's decision on that one, giving him an opportunity from that distance. But boy, did he ever make that coach look smart there.
He kicks it. Drilled at the 29-yard line. It'll be interesting to see how this quarterback reacts after throwing an interception on his last drive. He looks to throw on 1st down. Oh, and he dropped it. 2nd down coming up after the incomplete pass. 2nd down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 29-yard line. Offset I formation in the backfield.
Come on now. Blue 45, 21. Come on. Right, left.
Gives it off. Makes a cut. And he will be hit and dropped. Almost got a yard. That'll bring up 3rd down. They come out with 4 wide receivers. Drops back. Rolls right. Pass is complete. And they get him at the 34-yard line. And for as good of a catch as that was, this offense now has to deal with a 4th down. Thiegels is the punter. Gets the punt away. Makes the fair catch. The last time they took the field, they were able to come away with 3 points. The offense will start at the 27-yard line. 1st and 10. Barber lines up as the deep back, I formation. They go with the run. Tackled about the 27-yard line. A gain of a yard, if anything, on the run. 2nd and 9. Ball on the 28. Romo lines up under center. 2 backs in the eye. Barber left side. Brought down around the 28-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. From their own 28-yard line. The Giants bring in their dime package. Bennett goes in motion. Back to throw. Surveys the field. Pass completed. And they get him at the 45. The wideout has put on quite a display out there en route to a 100-yard performance.
And there really just isn't anything this receiver can't do. Just keep feeding him the football. I don't care what the coverage is. This is a guy that wants the ball in tough situations.
The halfback with the carry. He's dropped at the 49-yard line. Barber gains about 4 yards on the play. They line up at the 49. 2 tight end set. They keep it on the ground with the tailback. Tackled around the 47-yard line. Barber picks up about 4 yards on the play. Third down now. They'll need a couple of yards to convert for a first down. 2 tight ends here.
Here we go.
It's a pass on 3rd and short. It's completed. And they get him at about the 37-yard line. He made the right read on that pass.
Nice play that time by the quarterback. You know, we talk about progressions and going from one receiver to the next, but this quarterback is doing a great job in the pre-snap read, knowing who the first guy will be and getting him the football.
Barber, the ball carrier. He's hammered in the backfield. Looked for a seam, but he wasn't able to find anything.
And let's give credit to the defense. They had a great push there. They got in the backfield, took control of their own gaps.
The Cowboys line up with 3 wide. Romo calls for motion left. On the delay. He's dropped at the 38. Barber gets around 3 on that halfback draw. They're 2 for 2 on 3rd down so far on this drive. They'll try to convert once again here. Looks to pass. Throws out to the right. It's tipped, and the defender breaks up the play.
Just great position that time on the defensive side. The receiver really never had a chance on that one.
McBriar awaits the snap. It's away, and it's a booming punt. And this one will go for a touchback. The offense takes the field, hoping to put something together after their last drive ended in a 3-and-out. Passes it. Hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. What an effort out there. He just got his hands in there and broke it up.
I love watching the closing speed of this defense. When they see the ball, they go get it.
Drops back. He passes short. Tackled at the 27-yard line. Good read of the defense on that pass play.
Yeah, and throws like that really settle a quarterback down. It's all about getting into the flow of a game, and you can see he's getting comfortable now.
Blue 45. Keep coming. No. Kings left.
3rd and short, and they'll throw for it. Short throw to the left. Can't stay in bounds, incomplete pass. So the offense will probably head off the field after failing to convert for a first down on that series.
Well, you're going to have to gather the troops over on the sideline because whether it was poor play calling or poor execution, they never got anything going that time.
Gets it away cleanly. And they make the fair catch. They had to punt it away on their previous drive. First down now and 10 to go.
Let's go, baby. Get the ball.
Dallas sets up in the eye. Drops back. He's going to take off. Brought down around the 35-yard line. Quarterback scramble gains 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Romo is under center. Single back formation this time. This one might have been a false start on the offense. Let's get the call.
False start, offense.
And that will back this one up.
You know, not only does it make it harder to pick up the first down, but it just deflates an offensive huddle when you give away yards like this.
With the throw. He's dropped at about the 45-yard line. And this receiver just loves it when the defense is in man coverage.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than when you're coming off the ball and you know it's just you and the guy across from you. That's just good old-fashioned football, but you also know typically when you get man coverage, your quarterback is under pressure.
They'll throw on first down. There for the catch. And they get him at about the 37-yard line. They pick up solid yardage there.
And I love to watch this wide receiver work. He is so patient with his routes. He gets down low into his cuts, and he really understands what the defense is trying to do to take him away, and he is working them over.
He looks to throw on first down. Strong throw. He catches another. Tackled right around the 14-yard line. Another completed pass puts him over the 300-yard mark.
And you know, this guy just loves to play football. I really like talking to him before the game. You can hear the passion in his voice. And when you have a leader that has that kind of passion and that kind of emotion, it's just so much easier to play the game.
And he makes it out to about the 14-yard line. 1 yard gain on the play, and that will bring up second down. Dallas goes with the ace set here.
Come on. Go. Watch the run now. Watch the run. Hey, I'm wide. Watch the run.
Looks to pass. Guns it out. He makes the catch. A lot of room to run. Anderson gets him about 3 yards on that completion. Ace backfield this time.
Come on, y'all. Watch those quick out. Quick game. 44 screw. King's right. Let's go. Roll up.
Nice play fake. Goes through his read. Passes the line. Brought down at the 11. He was lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage on that scramble. This should be an easy field goal. This one is from 28 yards away. And it's good. Not much doubt as he puts that one right through the uprights. The kick is away. From the 5-yard line. They get him at the 28-yard line. They could do nothing against this defense on their previous drive. New York sets up in the eye. Little handoff. He'll be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Nothing doing. They stop him for a loss.
And I really like the discipline of this defense. You never see these guys trying to do too much. They control their gaps, and that time there was nowhere to go.
Drops back. Scans the field. Deflected and broken up. The defender was able to get a hand on it.
And really, that came as a result of pretty physical play at the line of scrimmage. They're banging these guys around and not letting them get into their routes.
Sets up the play action. They get to the QB, and that's sack number 4 in the game.
The pressure by this defense has been there all day, and offensively, they're just struggling trying to come up with a protection scheme that works.
Punts it. Newman fields it at the 42. And they get him at the 46-yard line. I'm sure they would have liked to have gotten a little better return out of him there.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't one of his best efforts there. Maybe if he would have gotten a little more help from his blockers, he could have broken one out of there. You know, sometimes it just takes one good block to create a seam to get one up the field.
Back to pass. Scrambles for yardage. He's dropped in the open field. So the quarterback scrambles for about 4 yards on the play. Second down, 6 yards to go. Ball on the 49. Dallas is going with the offset eye backfield.
Here we go.
They're going to pitch it. And he will lose yardage on the play. Not what they were looking for on that play call.
You know, for a running back, there comes a point in time where you say, all right, this play is not working. Let me just get as much as I can and try to get it back to the line of scrimmage.
He's looking to throw. With the pass. Completed. Stiff arms, and the defender still makes the tackle. And a big catch by the tight end.
And I can tell you this, there's nothing the defensive backs hate more than to have one of those big tight ends in the open field running right towards them.
They go with the toss. Dropped behind the line. He was caught with nowhere to go.
This is a pretty good running back, and if you can hem him up like that, pretty impressive.
Back to pass. And they're coming after him. One-handed catch. We'll see if the defense can make another stop here on third down.
Yeah, that sets it up now for third down. We always talk about third down conversions, but if you have good second down plays, it gives you a chance to get into some blitz packages now on third down.
Back to throw. Gets the ball away. Tackled at the 21-yard line. A good play to the tight end that time.
And tight ends are so big that as coverage people, it's tough to figure out how to defend them. If you're on their left side, they throw it to their right side. If you're behind them, they throw it in front. Tight ends are tough to cover.
Barber again. Brought down around the 19-yard line. Gain of 2. That'll bring up second down. 2nd and 8. Ball on the 19. Dallas lines up in a goal line set. Throws it out. No connection this time. He led the receiver a bit too much on that last pass.
And let's give the defense a little credit. They were in position. He tried to fit it in over and around the defense that time and just couldn't get it done.
All right, here we go.
Looks to pass. Throws it short. He's finally dragged down, and now it will be first and goal. First down now. They'll be looking for 6 points here. Romo with 3 wide receivers.
Let's go, Sam. Let's go. Kill.
We're talking about bringing. Swim. Let's go.
He's looking to throw. Gets rid of the ball. He brings it in. Touchdown. Outstanding play to the wide receiver as he took it the distance.
Well, that's just a big-time pitch and catch right there. The quarterback made a beautiful throw, but it was the route by the wide receiver that set it up. He was as open as I've seen all afternoon.
Trying to go up by 3. They'll kick the extra point. Point after is good. And we'll take a quick look at the drive summary. The kick. Big hit there to bring him down. They didn't look sharp on their last drive and were forced to punt it away. They'll set up shop at the 26-yard line. 2 tight ends this time as they come out in a big set. New York uses motion. He drops back to pass. Looking for an open man. What a hit! Nice little pickup on that pass pattern.
And I really shouldn't feel this way, but I get a little nervous every time this guy goes up to make a catch, you know, because he's had a little bit of a history of dropping some balls, but today doing a nice job hanging on and a big play there.
Back to throw. Looks for a man open. Newman bats it away. A great play by the defense to knock the ball away.
And these defenders have been close all day. You better be careful if you're the quarterback. One of those is going to turn into an interception.
Looks down the field. It's picked. He's brought down around the 48-yard line. And the safety made a really nice play on the ball to grab that interception.
You know, this safety is known for his big hits, but that time it was his soft hands that made the difference.
From their own 48-yard line. Barber is the deep back as they line up in the I. They'll throw on first down. Looking for a receiver. Oh, that's just sloppy. The intended receiver just got laid out.
Boy, that was a big hit. I'm not surprised at all he couldn't hold on to that one.
Dallas goes with the ace set here. Barber takes the give. He fires forward to about the 49. A 1-yard gain.
Well, that time the outside linebacker came on the run blitz. They got some penetration and shut down the play.
New York lines up with 5 defensive backs. Drops back to pass. Makes the throw out to his right. He's tackled around the 36-yard line.
No question, one of the truly elite receivers in the game. Terrell Owens has skill sets that just set him apart. His size, his speed, and I think his speed is actually a little underrated because he's a bigger guy. He may not get started as quickly, but when you see him accelerate, when he goes from almost full speed to full speed, he goes by people.
The halfback with the carry. They tackle him for a loss. Disappointing loss there for the offense.
Yeah, it really just throws you off rhythm to have a play that gains nothing. You know, you're going to get something, 2, 3, 4 yards, and it keeps you in that rhythm. But when a defense makes a play like that, it really throws your offense off.
Nice play fake. Rifles it to the middle. Owens was the intended receiver, but they can't complete the pass. The offense facing another third down here as they line up. The Cowboys come out in a single back formation. Sets up the play action. And he caught it. Steps out at the 34. That completion won't amount to much, and they'll wind up short of the first on the play.
Very disappointing for an offense to get a completion and not get the first down. The receiver's job there is to make somebody miss. Clearly have to give the defense credit there. They won.
McBriar punts it, and he really got a leg into this one. Out of the end zone for a touchback. Once again, we'll take this opportunity to remind you that this game is brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports.
Come on. Let's go, keep playing.
Little handoff. He's brought down around the 21-yard line. Almost got a yard. That brings up second down. Second down and 9 to go. Ball on their own 21. New York goes with the ace set here.
Blue 45. Blue 45.
He drops back. Throws while on the run. He's tackled about the 27-yard line. A pickup of about 7. They line up at the 28. They'll bring in the dime looking for the pass. Dumps it out right. Makes the reception. Knocked out of bounds at the 27. Fourth down coming up as the offense goes 3 and out. punts it. And they make the fair catch. They were forced to punt on their last drive. Out of the I formation. He fakes it. The rush reaches him, and he goes down. The offensive line has really struggled so far in this one.
I really don't know what you do as an offense at this point, because if it's one guy struggling or one guy winning the battle, you can help one side or another. But when your entire offensive line is getting beat on a consistent basis, what do?
Passes on the move. He's brought down at the 33-yard line. A gain of 6 yards on the play. So that'll make it 3rd down. New York brings in their prevent defense. There are 7 DBs on the field. Fullback on the inside give. He gets to about the 44-yard line, so he works his way past the marker for a 1st down.
Sometimes defensively, you're so sure they're going to throw the football, you just take your eye off the running back for a second, and that time they broke it out of there for a huge 1st down.
He's dropped at the 46-yard line. That'll be a pickup of about a yard, and that will bring up 2nd down. 2nd down and 9 to go. Dallas comes out with 2 tight ends. He gets out to about the 48-yard line. That's a 2-yard gain.
And you can really see the defensive play calling becoming a little more aggressive now. They're blitzing on passing downs, they'll blitz on run downs, and that can really put a lot of pressure on an offensive line.
Setting up play action. Past the line. Brought down at the 50. 1, maybe 2 yards on the quarterback scramble. So, it's 4th down. The Cowboys are lining up to punt this one away. Gets his leg into it, and he got a huge punt here. The ball will go into the end zone for a touchback. Let's see if the offense can put something together on this drive. The Giants come out in a single back formation. Manning hands off. He lost yardage on the play. 2-yard loss. That'll bring up 2nd down. 2nd down and a long 12. Ball on the 18-yard line. 1 man in the backfield. Give to the tailback. And they get him around the 28-yard line. 3rd down, a couple of yards for the 1st. Ball on the 28. He's looking to throw. Throws a bullet. Looks like he had it, but it's knocked loose. 4th down coming up, and they've got a big decision to make here.
Well, it's 4th down. You're losing. It's in the 4th quarter. I really think you have to think about going for it here.
He punts it. He muffed it. He's dropped at the 36-yard line. It looked like he just simply dropped that one.
As a returner now, the #1 rule, if you can't catch it cleanly, just get the heck out of the way. You cannot have a play like that happen to your football team.
Passes to his left. Anderson was his intended target on that one, but they can't complete the pass. 2nd down now with 10 to go. Ball on the 36. Dallas lines up in the offset eye this time. Romo hands it off straight ahead. He's brought down at about the 39-yard line. He carries the ball for 3, maybe 4 yards.
Regular.
3 wide receiver.
Let's go. 180. Hold on.
Romo drops back to pass. Goes through his read. Makes the grab. He's pushed out at the 49-yard line. And a great pass by the quarterback to convert for the first.
And what we're seeing out of this quarterback is a variety of throws. Yes, he has the ability to zip it in there when he needs to, but we've also seen some touch throws, a very complete repertoire.
Fakes to the back. Brings this one in. He's dropped around the 32-yard line. This guy seemingly can't be stopped. He's now thrown for 400 yards in the game.
Yeah, and at times he really makes it look easy out there. These wide receivers deserve a little credit too. They're doing a lot of work getting open down the field, but this quarterback's pretty special.
Drops back on first down. Scans the field. And the defender intercepts it. Why would you make that pass when you've got the lead?
Don't ask me. He threw it. I have no idea which side of his brain was working on that one.
Looking to throw. Looks right. Throw. Brought down at the 39-yard line. Good job to avoid the rush and get the pass off.
When you're trying to blitz the quarterback, you better have some talented corners on the outside, because as a wideout, just give me 3 or 4 seconds against the blitz, and it is awfully tough to try and cover that.
He's brought down at about the 41. Jacobs gains around 3 yards on the run. From their own 42-yard line. 2 tight end set. On play action, he's under a heavy rush. And they get him at the 48-yard line. He shows no hesitation and gets it in there to get the first down.
Yeah, you wouldn't hesitate either if you were standing back there in the pocket. I say the heck with it. Get it out of there fast. Let somebody else handle it for a little while.
Passes the ball. Makes the catch. He's tackled at the 32-yard line. And that was a dangerous pass.
Dangerous for most, but not so dangerous for this guy. When you have a strong arm like this quarterback, you can take a few extra chances.
He throws right. Catch is made. He's knocked out at the 4-yard line. Another positive game, and that gives him 100 yards receiving for the game.
And you know, it's not just a couple of routes that he runs well. That's what makes him so tough. He can run the good underneath routes, but he can also take you over the top as well, so you have to give him those little throws.
Tackled at the 2. Gain of 2. That brings up second down. Gain of 2. Offense facing second and goal now. And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Blue 45. Blue 45. Hey, back. Team. Close up. Switch.
Little handoff. He's dropped for a loss. He just didn't have a whole lot of blocks to work with on the counter.
And you have to be able to get that counter play going. When the penetration gets there and it forces those offensive linemen to go back just a little bit deeper, it throws off the timing of the entire play.
Hey, inside. Stay inside right here. I
He's brought down at the 3. So they tried to push it ahead, but the defense stopped them short of the first down.
Looked like one of those old-fashioned rugby scrums there. A lot of big bodies piled together and nowhere for the running back to go.
It appears someone jumped early.
This a big one now. Inside out. Come on, dude.
Full start, offense.
He moved a little early on that one.
I used to always think that offensive linemen should go to the line of scrimmage and hold up either one finger or two fingers and look down when they get confused.
It's good. He makes that one pretty easily and puts it through for 3 points. And here's the kick. Jones from the 6. He's hammered at the 40. He made a good cut upfield, got a few blocks, and was able to come up with a solid return that time.
Well, there's just no other way to say it. They have to do a better job on special teams. They're making this guy look like the greatest kick returner of all time. When he touches the ball, you have to contain him. You have to get him on the ground.
Back to throw. The defense has him surrounded. The rush gets there, and he goes down. And that was a nice play to get in there for the sack.
The key to playing defense is getting good penetration. If you can make that quarterback move around sometimes, even if you don't get to him like they did on that play, you can still disrupt an offense.
Looks for a man open, and he catches it. Brought down at about the 37-yard line. Owens grabbed that one for a gain of 2. That'll make it 3rd down. Romo lines up in the gun. He has 2 tight ends in the formation. He drops back to pass. Throws on the run. With the catch. He's dropped at the 45. Nice job by the quarterback to hit the tight end for a decent gain.
You know, tight ends may not come up with those real explosive plays down the field all the time, but they sure are a nice target for the quarterback.
Drops back to pass. Throws the bullet across the middle. He's tackled around the 31-yard line. That was a great catch in coverage.
That's the kind of faith that this guy has in his arm. He believes he can get it into tiny spots that nobody else can. What a big play that was.
Gives it off. And they get him at about the 29-yard line. I'd say he got 1 or 2 feet on that drop.
Very effective call that time by the defensive coordinator, bringing the outside linebacker a terrific way to give your defense some help in stopping the run.
Another run. He's dropped right around the 28-yard line. And the halfback has nowhere to go. So another 3rd down upcoming for the offense. Romo is in the shotgun. 3 receivers wide this time. Romo has completed every pass on this drive. Still good on the drive. Tackle around the 14-yard line. My goodness, he's playing at a far superior level than anyone else on the field right now. That is his 200th receiving yard of the game.
And there are ways that you can take a single receiver out of the game. The problem is this offense has too many other weapons, so they can't really just focus in on this receiver.
He got what he could, and it wasn't much, and that will bring up 2nd down. We're at play number 9 on the current drive. The offense lines this one up in shotgun. 3 wide receivers in the formation. Romo back to pass. He's been perfect on this drive. Oh, that's just sloppy. Glenn was the intended target on that incomplete pass attempt.
3rd down.
Offense facing another 3rd down situation. They've been very effective converting on this drive. He's looking to throw. Surveys the field. He's there for the catch. 2 minutes left in the ball game. Well, the pass was completed. They'll still be short of the marker.
You know, I just don't like that stuff, Tom. I call that chicken offense. You know, you go out there and you act like you're afraid. You're afraid to throw an interception. You're afraid to go for it down the field. You just settle and you bring the punter out. I don't like that.
Set down. The kick is up. and right down the middle. And here's your drive summary for that last series. He kicks it off. Hickson fields it at the goal line. Sheds one tackler. They get him at the 32-yard line. Down 3, under 2 minutes to go. It doesn't get much more exciting than this.
Well, there's really no other way to put it. The game is on the quarterback's shoulders at this point, and the first down is always the most difficult to get. Once you get that one, a lot of times the momentum really gets on your side.
Here we go. Numbers.
Drops back to pass. There for the reception. Brought down right around the 42-yard line. He's not afraid of throwing into this secondary.
Yeah, when you have an arm like that, you'd have confidence too. This guy thinks he can get it into anywhere.
48. Rush. Real. I'm trying to get you over there, baby.
Looks to pass. He needs to make a decision. Tipped pass and picked off. He's brought down at the 26-yard line. He steps up and makes the big turnover.
Tremendous play by the defense there, but let's face it, that is a turnover that this quarterback is going to have to live with for several weeks to come.
First and 10. Ball on the 26. Romo steps to the line of scrimmage. He has 2 tight ends. They hand it off. He's dropped around the 26-yard line. It looks like they picked up a yard or maybe a little less. That'll bring up second down. 2nd and 9 coming up here. Barber lines up as the single back. Romo gives it up the middle. Brought down around the 25-yard line. Maybe a yard on the run by the halfback. 3rd down now, 9 to go. Ball on the 25-yard line. New York lines up in a dime defense here. Goes through his read. Knight knocks it away. Bennett was unable to make the catch on that pass attempt. 4th down. The kicking team will line up, this one about 42 yards away. The snap, set down, the kick is up. That was a great kick from that distance.
It really was, wasn't it? There are no field goal kicker jokes going on the sideline right now, just a lot of love.
The kick. He's tackled at the 25. This is obviously a big possession. They have to get the ball in the end zone right here.
Well, this is it, their last opportunity. The one positive part of this for the offense, though, is that everything becomes 4-down territory. So typically on offense you get 3 downs. Now you get 4.
They'll throw on 1st down. Looking for an open man. Brings it in. And they get him right around the 30-yard line. Nice pass and catch on that play that gets them a lot closer.
Yep, and that's really just the way they drew that one up. You take what the defense gives, looking to move the ball efficiently downfield with intermediate passes.
And he spiked it. So it's 3rd down now. The offense will need about 4 yards to pick up the first. Manning drops to throw. Dumps it out left. He's going to be tackled for a loss. That'll be a 2-yard loss.
All right, Tom, I'm going way out on a limb here, and I'm predicting they go for it here. What do you think?
Shockey goes in motion. The Giants will take their final timeout. And they'll keep the offense out there on 4th down. Manning dropping back. Looking for a receiver. And he only got one hand on it, but he still brings it down. And it's the tailback with a big catch.
And tailbacks love that. Anytime they can get into the open field, think about that position. You're constantly pounding the ball inside and getting hit by those big linebackers. Now you get out in open space and you have a chance to make a play.
It's intercepted. And this was a good one. Our final score is the Cowboys 36, the Giants 30.